A blessed good morning, honorable members and those under the sound of my voice. Psalms 100 says, "Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all ye lands. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. Know ye that the Lord, he is God. It is he that made us and not we ourselves. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture." In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, I'll be sharing a devotion today entitled, "Prayer Still Works." Prayer is a spiritual tool that God has given to humanity to communicate with him. Sadly, many people underutilize this spiritual tool because of their personal doubts, despair, dysfunctions, and disillusionment. From my own personal experiences, I've seen prayer work in just about every area of my life. No matter how difficult of a situation you find yourself in, prayer has the ability to change it. Prayer has the ability to open closed doors, loose shackles, restore hope, reconcile relationships, cause sick bodies to be healed, reverse court judgments, and even reverse death sentences. I recall a story in the book of Isaiah, chapter 38, about King Hezekiah, who was faced with a death sentence and turned to God in prayer. The story briefly reads, "In those days Hezekiah was sick unto death, and Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos, came to him and said unto him, Thus said the Lord, set your house in order, for thou shalt die and not live. Then Hezekiah turned his face toward the wall and prayed unto the Lord. And he said, Remember now, O Lord, I beseech thee, how I have walked before thee and done truth with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in thy sight. And Hezekiah wept sore. And then the word of the Lord came to Isaiah, saying, Go to Hezekiah, thus saith the Lord, the God of David thy father, I have heard your prayers, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your life." In this story, King Hezekiah was about to die, but he put aside his earthly title and position and prayed for divine intervention. God heard his prayer and reversed the death sentence and added 15 years to his life. In conclusion, I want to encourage each of you under the sound of my voice who needs divine intervention to never underestimate the power of prayer. Whatever you need God to do for you, always remember, prayer still works. And by the way, prayer works for the PLP and prayer works for the FNM. God is no respecter of persons. I leave you today with these final thoughts. When in need of direction, pray. When in need of peace, pray. When in need of fair, pray. When frustrated, pray. When in doubt, pray. When in despair, pray. When feeling disillusioned, pray, because prayer still works. In the words of an old song written by Charles Albert Tinley entitled, "Let Jesus Fix It For You." For he knows just what to do. Whenever you pray, let the Lord have his way, and he will fix it for you. Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we exalt your name today, for you are great and greatly to be praised. We come before you today asking for your continued mercy and grace to be bestowed upon us, for we acknowledge that we are nothing without you. It's because of you we live, we move, and have our being. Now, Lord, we pray for your prosperity, your peace, and protection of our nation. Oh, Lord, hide us under the cleft of the rock. Preserve this nation for your honor and for your glory. Now, Father, today we lift up our political leaders on both sides of the divide, and we pray for their health, their strength, and their well-being. We pray today that you would endow them with your wisdom from on high. We pray for the proceedings of this house today and ask, Almighty God, that you will superintend the affairs by your power and by your might. We pray, Almighty God, that our political leaders will be responsible, honest, and transparent with all that is said and done in this house today. And may they always remember that their lives are on display for the world to watch. We ask these things. In Jesus' name we pray. And everybody say, amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Philip Davis, Chester Cooper, Fred Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Alfred Sayers, Dr. Michael Darville, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Vaughn Miller, Jobeth Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Boleg, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Mars LaRoda, Pia Glover Roll, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightbourne, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Marcus Roll, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightbourne, Leslie Miller Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Mikhail Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Kwesi Thompson, R.M. Lewis, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White, Kingsley Smith.
Good morning, honorable members. We have a lot to get through today, so let's get started. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
That sounded eerily familiar, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just a reminder, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that when we last met, the 30-minute question time was resolved that it be fixed for the agenda today, and we would propose that it proceeds the second reading of bills. And for the edification of the House, myself and the member for Carmichael have answers to all of our questions, right? Yeah.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Was it the representation that it proceeds before the second reading begins or after? Before. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Communications by the Speaker. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. The chair
No laying of documents.
Thank you, honorable member. Statements and communications by ministers.
Communication.
Very good. Communications by the clerk. Message from the Governor General. Message from the Senate. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign, seat, and new writs. Presentations of petitions. Presentations of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills.
And this would be the appropriate time for questions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm... Oh, sorry.
One second.
What's it? Doing.
Good morning, honorable members. We will now go into question time. Class, could we please have the clock set at 30 minutes? Who's going to answer? Well, which question are they going to ask? Okay. Okay. Leader of government business, can you share which questions will be answered this morning?
Questions available in this order would be Golden Gate, Member for Golden Gate, myself, and the member for Carmichael, given the time and the number of questions. Sorry? Elizabeth is also ready in the event that the 30 minutes isn't consumed.
Thank you, honorable member.
Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise to respond to
Look at Rule 59-2. The Speaker shall call upon a member, and the member called shall then rise in his place and ask the question. The Speaker will normally call the leader of the opposition first. So the process is that the question is put, Madam Speaker, and then the minister answers the question. Rule 59-2. No, it's the rules. It's not fine. It's the rules.
We don't have to be feisty this morning. What's up with that? No breakfast? Okay. Honorable members, on the member for Marco City, we have the member for Golden Gates who is ready to respond to questions. Freetown will go first. Okay, honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The first question, Madam Speaker, is for the member for Kid Island, Rumkey and San Salvador. Will the Honorable Prime Minister advise this Honorable House of the terms of engagement for the consulting firm McKinsey & Company? Secondly, what procurement process was used to engage this firm? How many bids were received? And what is the value of the contract? And how much has been spent to date?
Madam Speaker, if I may. Madam Speaker, if I may.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador.
I appreciate that the member has some questions for me. I do have, but it was hoped that we would answer the questions, to direct the question to the persons who are ready to give the answers today. The member of Freetown is ready with his answers,
Golden Gates.
which I think he has two questions for that member. Golden Gates is ready. You have two questions for her. Carmichael, you have questions for. He's ready. And Elizabeth is ready. So just, I think to facilitate this, I would wish that the member consider what we have said and direct those questions, and I will, when it comes to my time, I will be able to respond to him. I'm not ready at this time to give him all the answers that he needs.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for Marcus City.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we would like to get a sense, since we have limited time, from the Prime Minister when he might be willing to answer these questions. The first question that I asked, Madam Speaker, has been on the agenda from the 30th of October 2023. And the other questions, again, the vast majority of the questions of the Prime Minister, again, from 2023, they have been on the agenda. So we'd just like to get a sense from the member, and then we'll follow the procedure, but we'd like to get a sense.
I don't want to be debating with you, but maybe next, at the next question time, I'll be ready to answer your questions. And if I'm not here, whoever, I will leave the answers for you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. The next question, Madam Speaker, is for the member for Golden Gates, the Honourable Pierre Glover Roll. Will the Honourable Minister advise this Honourable House on the number of retired public officers who returned to work, and are these public officers receiving full pension and pay?
Madam Speaker, Marcus City. Regarding question 1, will the Honourable Minister advise the House on the number of retired public officers who have returned to work? The answer is 491 retired public officers have returned to work, which represents 1.9% of the total number of public servants. The second question, are these public officers receiving full pension and pay? The answer is that 480 are, as is required by law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the next question is for the Honourable Alfred Sayers. Will the Honourable Minister provide this Honourable House with the number of applications for citizenship that have been approved since the Privy Council's ruling, and how many of which were persons of Caribbean origin? So having asked that question, Madam Speaker, would like to get a sense from the Minister when he would be ready, and I would desist with the remainder of the questions. We're putting these questions in order of priority, so we just wanted to hear from the Minister.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answers will be ready at our next question time.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member from Marcus City.
Madam Speaker, with respect to the Minister of National Security, will the Honourable Minister advise this Honourable House on the methods of addressing marine border security?
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have thought that this was a question of paramount importance in this country, the security of our borders. The goal of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is to secure our maritime borders, Madam Speaker, and to prevent poaching of our marine resources, the influx of illegal migrants, and the entry and transit of illegal drugs and other contraband, including firearms. The government has pledged its commitment to ensuring that the Royal Bahamas Defence Force is properly manned, and to this end we have continuously recruited since taking office, that they're properly trained, and in this regard we have paid for extensive training that appears in the travel budget, in the budget of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and we've equipped them fully to meet their mandate to protect our maritime borders. And in this regard, Madam Speaker, 2 of the 41-foot safe boats that were ordered have been delivered, along with the vehicles to launch them, and they should be at the Harbour Patrol Unit. The other 2 safe boats are expected for delivery next month. The strategic posture of the Royal Bahamas Defence Force Madam Speaker, is that the Royal Bahamas Defence Force is charged under Section 4 of the Defence Act with the following: the defense of the Bahamas, the protection of the territorial integrity of the Bahamas, patrol of the waters of the Bahamas, generally with assistance and relief in times of disaster, the maintenance of law and order in the Bahamas in conjunction with law enforcement agencies of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and with such other duties as may be from time to time determined by the National Security Council. The concept of operations for maritime border security by the Royal Bahamas Defence Force consists of the following, Madam Speaker: multi-layered security strategy, maritime domain awareness, and maritime domain control. The Royal Bahamas Defence Force has initiated the following to achieve the three aforementioned concepts: cooperation relationships, collaboration and cooperation with local, regional, and international partners, decentralized air and surface assets, sustained strategic recruitment exercises, intelligence-driven operations, joint maritime interdiction operations. As to multi-layered security strategy, Madam Speaker, that is exercised through command and control via the Operational Command Center, which is located on board HMBS Coral Harbor Base, communications and computers via fortifying networks through cybersecurity, intelligence and information operations via intel fused with operation, surveillance and reconnaissance via drone technology, air and surface patrol. As to execution of maritime domain awareness, there's integrated near real-time operational picture of sovereign territory and approaches to detect, track, and share information and intelligence on potential threats. Enhanced intelligence and information sharing with local, regional, and international partners. The Royal Bahamas Defence Force works closely with the Cuban Border Guard, has a Sea Rider agreement with the United States of America, has a comprehensive maritime agreement with that country, is involved in the tripartite Operation Bahamas, America, Turks and Caicos, known as OPBAT, and has an improved sensor coverage for maritime and domain awareness through coastal radars, one of which is installed at HMBS Coral Harbor, and next at Matthew Town, Inagua, and installations coming in Ragged Island and 5 other islands across the archipelago. Insofar as maritime domain control is concerned, there's a strengthening of operational interoperability to conduct joint and combined operations via decentralization into northern and southern commands in this country, and an improvement of all-weather maritime interception capability. The Defense Force's operational posture is intelligence-driven. There's developed concept of operational plans associated with ever-changing threats and trends. For instance, for the amplification of patrolling in the southern Bahamas to prosecute potential mass Haitian migration, often associated with unrest in Haiti, constant training in general seamanship, boarding and searching specified to low and high threats, Defense Act and regulation training and the use of force policy, weapons handling, fire and damage control drills. There are forward operations bases which are readily used for the conduct of to interdict criminal activities at sea and to resupply, namely at Inagua, Ragged Island, Abaco, Bimini, Grand Bahama. There's an assembly area essentially designed as an operation and sustainment platform. There's a use of combined arms concept of operation, namely a coordination of ground, marine, and air assets. Further, border security success is always predicated on interagency coordination. Namely, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force works in cooperation with the other law enforcement agencies, the Department of Immigration, the Department of Customs, the Royal Bahamas Police Force.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Marco City, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, we have several more questions for the Minister of National Security, which will be asked by, despite his filibuster, we will continue to ask him questions. But Madam Speaker, the next set of questions is for the Honorable Jobette Colby Davis. Will the Honorable Minister advise this Honorable House as to what extent the government has consulted any of the agencies or members of the public with respect to the future vision and direction of BPL in advance of engaging private firms in this discussion about contract, whether it's for contracts and sale for generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity. The next question will be, will the Honourable Minister advise this House whether the government intends to issue a request for proposal for the awarding of generation, transmission, and distribution contracts or sale consistent with the Procurement Act? These were first tabled, Madam Speaker, the 11th of March, 2024.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as to the first question, the Government of the Bahamas, through the Ministry of Energy and Transport and Bahamas Power and Light, has engaged in extensive consultations with relevant stakeholders to shape the future vision and direction of BPL. Consultations have included key agencies such as Utilities Regulation and Competition Authority, IRCA, which plays a pivotal role as the regulator overseeing the energy sector, and the Office of the Attorney General. Numerous meetings have been held with the unions representing the workers at BPL, and direct dialogue has been had with the workers of BPL. In fact, a transition committee comprised of BPL's HR team and both unions are working to ensure the rights of all workers are respected and protected. As to question 2, the Government of the Bahamas remains committed to transparency and fairness in all procurement activities, including those related to generation, transmission, and distribution within the energy sector, and is being guided by provisions of the Procurement and the Electricity Act. Where competitive bidding has been feasible, the government has ensured that RFPs were publicly issued to attract qualified bidders. In instances where non-competitive procurement was necessary, these decisions were made in accordance with the Procurement and Electricity Act, specifically under provisions that account for extenuating technical and commercial reasons. It is important to note that BPL is required to provide comprehensive justifications to the regulator, IRCA, outlining the technical or commercial imperatives that necessitated non-competitive procurement process.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
A follow-up to the answer given, we'd like to ask the Minister if she can outline what were the extenuating circumstances that accounted for the lack of competitive bidding, both in terms of the generation side as well as the transmission and distribution.
Madam Speaker, BPL would have provided these in detail to IRCA, the regulator who gave the approvals, and any further details I can provide at a later date.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
The next question, Madam Speaker, will the Minister again advise this Honourable House whether all of the BPL employees' benefits will remain, who will be responsible for the salaries and the benefits? The next question, she can answer at the same time. Will the Honourable Minister advise this Honourable House on how the entities, that is generation, transmission, and distribution, will work in tandem with each other to provide quality service for the Bahamian people.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all existing benefits for BPL employees will continue as per their current terms and conditions while employed with BPL. Employees who are seconded to Bahamas Grid will continue to receive their salaries and benefits during the period of their secondment as per their current terms and conditions. Employees who choose to join Bahamas Grid permanently will have their salaries and benefits provided directly by Bahamas Grid under the terms and conditions agreed upon at the time of their transfer. As to the second question, Madam Speaker, all entities will work together through clearly defined operational frameworks and agreements. These frameworks and agreements will prioritize and support the delivery of reliable and affordable electricity to the Bahamian people.
Thank you, honorable member.
Speaker, as a follow-up to the last question, is the minister in a position to help the public understand the present challenges that BPL is now having with the Pike Group with respect to them completing any arrangement they had entered into with the government?
Madam Speaker, I am unclear of what the member is referring to as challenges. I am clear on that we've advised the public numerous occasions that we are continually dealing with legal agreements and concluding those matters. Once they're concluded, there will be further tabling of those agreements as we stated.
Madam Speaker, as a follow-up, it is our understanding that work had in fact commenced with that particular organization that I asked about. If arrangements had not yet been concluded, under what terms did in fact the work with the Pike Group commence?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe we were clear last summer that we had brought the team to assist with priority projects to get us through the hurricane season. Those projects were very important to keep reliable power supply to Bahamians, and that is under those bases where they were assisting.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, the next question, will the Honourable Minister advise this Honourable House on who will ultimately own the assets in the reconfigured group of companies, that is on the generation side as well as the transmission and distribution side?
May I proceed, honorable member?
Madam Speaker, I believe that we clearly stated that BPL remains to be in the generation business, and we have independent power producers, which is an industry standard, under a power purchase agreement. That is how we will provide in some of the power needed. As it relates to the transmission and distribution, I can advise that only New Providence transmission and distribution assets are being unbundled. With respect to Bahamas Grid, the assets will be owned in line with the company's ownership structure, the 60-40 that was originally advised last year. And for the avoidance of any doubt, BPL remains to be a partner in that ownership structure.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, within that chain of questions, I would ask if the Minister would indulge us by providing the answers for questions 5 and 6 in that series. Five and 6? Sorry. Good. Will the Honourable Minister advise this Honourable House whether an evaluation has been done on the value of BPL's assets and the potential for revenue generation to determine what fair value to be placed on the assets and their potential to generate revenue? Furthermore, based on this evaluation, what is the price of the generation, transmission, and distribution entities that the independent power producers must pay for ownership or payment to the government if they were entering in as a contract holder?
Madam Speaker, neither the government or Bahamas Power and Light have the financial resources to conduct the necessary upgrades to the transmission and distribution. To directly answer the question, yes, an evaluation was conducted on BPL's assets and their potential for revenue generation to determine fair value. It is important to note that the evaluation clearly noted that many of BPL's transmission and distribution assets on New Providence are 40 to 50 years old. As previously outlined, the transmission and distribution assets owned by BPL on New Providence has been transferred to Bahamas Grid for a 40% ownership stake in the company.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Will the Honorable Minister advise the Honorable House what steps are being taken to ensure that BPL and the Bahamian people benefit from the new revenue stream from the cruise ships that will be using local energy and/or LNG while in port? The next question will be, will the Honorable Minister advise this Honorable House on the move to Summerwinds Plaza? What is the investment? What was the investment to make it fit for operation? Who is doing the renovations? And has credit been given for monies already advanced to the landlord?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, members would recall that the government of the Bahamas, through an RFP, invited interested parties to provide up to 60 megawatts of shore power for the Nassau cruise port. A key objective of the government is also to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from these cruise ships. Therefore, this development will improve our air quality in country. Following the conclusion of a tariff review, there will be further benefits received. As to the next question, I can advise that the relocation of Road Traffic Department was necessary out of health and safety concerns for staff and the fact that urgent maintenance was being conducted to the stadium. Members would recall that the Thompson A. Robinson National Stadium was only intended to be a temporary solution for the department. With respect to the investment required, I'm unable to comment as the expenses were covered by another ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
As to the renovation contractor, renovation work and construction oversight were managed by another ministry. As to the question on payments, the payment for all government accommodation are managed by another ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member.
Obliged. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This questions for the Honorable Minister of National Security, Member for Freetown. Will the Honorable Minister advise this Honorable House of the terms of engagement in relation to potential attacks on Royal Bahamas Defense Force officers who are deployed in the blockade of waters between Bahamas and Haiti?
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I take the question to relate to attacks on officers, warrant officers, and Marines of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force who are, at the time of the question, involved in patrols in the southern Bahamas, and on some occasions with the permission of the government of the Turks and Caicos Islands, and with the Turks and Caicos Islands shipwright embarked on the Defense Force vessel in the waters of the Turks and Caicos Islands. The terms of engagement are no different than the terms of engagement anywhere that officers, warrant officers, and Marines may be on patrol and subject to attack. Namely, they may use reasonable force to respond to the attack, which, in the appropriate case, may extend to lethal force.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I read these questions on behalf of the member for Kalani, who on the 29th of November 2023 stated a question to the member for Carmichael. Will the former Minister of Immigration advise this Honorable House that while serving as Minister of Immigration, he personally administered the oath to confer Bahamian citizenship on Mrs. St. Helen Joseph Racine, the widow of the late Mr. Racine, at the funeral service for Mr. Frank Racine on the 24th of June, 2023.
Honorable member, which question is that?
This would be number 42.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
The answer is yes.
Madam Speaker, question number 43, again read on behalf of the member for Kalani, who asked the question on the 29th of November 2023. Will the Honorable Minister confirm for this Honorable House whether while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, Mrs. St. Helen Joseph Racine, the widow of the late Mr. Racine, took the oath of allegiance as prescribed in the Bahamas Nationality Act at the funeral service for Mr. Frank Racine on the 24th of June, 2023?
The answer is yes.
Thank you, honorable member.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to confirm, I note that the member is not speaking from prepared text. It appears that way at least. We just want to make sure that at the point that the answers are laid for our benefit, that we will be able to get it.
At the end, I didn't want
Thank you.
to interrupt the time flow.
Again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, question number 44, will the Honorable Minister confirm for this Honorable House that Section 9 of the Bahamas Nationality Act provides that upon taking the oath of allegiance, a person becomes a citizen of the Bahamas by naturalization?
The answer is yes, but Madam Speaker, I want to say that Section 9 of the Bahamas Nationality Act goes further. It allows for the taking of an oath of allegiance upon certain requirements being filled. Section 9 provides, the minister may, at his discretion, if application is made to him for naturalization in the prescribed manner by an alien of full age and capacity, who satisfies that he is qualified under the provisions of the second schedule, grant to him a certificate of naturalization, and a person to whom such a certificate is granted shall, on taking the oath of allegiance in the form prescribed in the third schedule, be a citizen of the Bahamas by naturalization as from the date on which the certificate was granted.
Thank you, honorable member. You may proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House if, while serving in the capacity of the Minister of Labor and Immigration, Frank Racine died on the 29th of May, 2023?
The answer is yes.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, he attended the funeral service of Mr. Racine, Frank Racine, on the 24th of June, 2023?
The answer is yes.
Thank you, honorable member.
Again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, he was physically present in this Honorable House for the presentation of the budget debate on the 31st of May, 2023?
The answer is yes.
Thank you, honorable member. That concludes our time for question time today. The chair recognizes the honorable member for free time.
Madam Speaker, I don't know about the other ministers, but because it was hodgepodge.
Yeah.
Okay, you wanna? It may be cleaner because I will have to go away and disaggregate this because two questions when all are asked, it blends over.
Okay, and you're ready to answer those questions?
I think Elizabeth may need to do that. I think Michael is saying if he finishes, he can lay his answers, which will be all ready now, seeing that the other side wishes that.
Okay, that is.
And so if you would indulge us, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, that he left the Bahamas for Switzerland during the first week of June 2023?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of the Minister of Labor and Immigration, that this was the only trip that he made to Switzerland between the 29th of May and the 24th of June, 2023?
The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, he told the Bahamian media that Frank Racine, quote, would have called me while he was in the hospital. I was in Switzerland at the time. When I returned, he was being buried within the week on that Saturday, end quote.
The answer is yes.
Again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, question 52. Will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Immigration, confirm with this Honorable House whether he agrees with the contents of a release by the Ministry of Immigration and Labor dated the 26th of July, 2023, which said in part, quote, concerning the questions put by the former Prime Minister about a specific citizenship application, we clarify that at the time in question, the Minister was in fact in Miami, not in Switzerland, as previously stated in error.
The answer is yes.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You may proceed.
Again, on behalf of the member for Kalani, these are three questions. Would the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House that he was in Miami, not Switzerland, when Racine called him? 2, will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Immigration, confirm for this House that he returned home more than 3 weeks before Mr. Racine's funeral? And 3, will the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Immigration, confirm for this House that he was present in this House on the 31st of May, 2023?
The answer to the first question is yes. That I was in Miami, not Switzerland. The answer to the second question, that I returned more than 3 weeks before his funeral, that statement is incorrect. And thirdly, I was present in the House on the 31st of May, 2023. The answer is yes.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You may proceed, Honourable Member.
On behalf of the member for Kalani, would the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House that in the circumstances he could not possibly have been referring to his Miami trip when he told the Bahamian media that Mr. Racine was being buried when he returned to Nassau after receiving Mr. Racine's alleged call?
The question is asked and answered, and also I refer to the Honourable Member to the press release by my ministry, which was issued on the 26th of July, 2023. I will leave the document as well.
Question 55 on behalf of the member for Kalani. Would the Honorable Minister, who is the former Minister of Immigration, confirm for this Honorable House that in the circumstances, the Minister's statement that when I returned, he was being buried directly contradicts his statement about receiving a call from Mr. Racine while he was in Miami?
Again, I refer the Honourable Member to the press statement issued on the 26th of July, 2023, which will be tabled.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Question 56 on behalf of the member for Kalani. This is 5 questions. Will the Honorable Keith Bell, the member for Carmichael and now the Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal, confirm that he was quoted correctly in the media on Friday, the 21st of July, 2023? 2, if the Honorable Minister was quoted correctly, would he please confirm for this Honorable House that he did not keep his word and in fact disgracefully reneged on his solemn promise that he made publicly and voluntarily to the Bahamian people? 3, would the Minister please confirm for this Honorable House the new date that he intends to respond to the questions that have been asked of him? 4, would the Honorable Minister please explain to this Honorable House why he has not lived up to his promise to the Bahamian people to appropriately answer all questions thoroughly, substantively in the Honorable House? And 5, would the Honorable Minister publicly apologize to this Honorable House and to the Bahamian people for not complying with the Nolan principles for public life, and in particular, the principle that provides that holders in public office should act and take decisions in an open and transparent manner?
Madam Speaker, in response to question 1, in respect to the quote, I am unable to answer the question as I am unable to confirm which quote that the Honourable Member is making reference to. In response to question 2, I am unable to appropriately and fully answer that question as well, as I cannot confirm what quote he is referring to in the media. In respect to question 3, when do I intend to respond? That question is moot. Question 4, that question is again moot as well. And in respect to question 5, I maintain my compliance with the Nolan principles. Madam Speaker, as a final response, I would wish to also table a letter by Dame Joan Sawyer, former President of the Court of Appeal and Chief Justice, in which she would have addressed this matter. And Madam Speaker, I would just wish to read into the record as this matter is being ventilated. Her letter is dated September 13th, 2023 to the Nassau Guardian, allegations of, and is headed, Allegations Against the now former Minister of Immigration. Dear Editor, I read with increasing concern things that were said and written about 2 incidents which occurred earlier this year. The first occurrence in point of time was about the Minister intervening in an attempt by officers of the Department of Immigration who were intending to place some 65 Chinese persons in the government's detention center because they had no work permits and some allegedly did not have identification. I will make no comments on the alleged facts since they have not been ventilated in a court of law. In all the discussion, there was not one single reference to the fact that every person in the Bahamas who is accused of a criminal offense is presumed to be innocent unless that person has been proved or pleaded guilty of such offense, and see Article 22A of the Constitution. That article applies even to a person holding the office of minister in any government of the Bahamas. That provision also applies to any person, which includes the 65 Chinese persons, once they are on Bahamian soil because of the simple fact that they are persons. Further, there was no mention about the law which gives the minister charged with responsibility for the Immigration Department certain powers as well as duties in regard to immigration matters. See the Immigration Act and regulations made thereunder. Nor was it made clear that the minister and the Attorney General, under the Crown Proceedings Act, Chapter 68, may be vicariously liable for defaults by members of the staff of that department, and that the minister is answerable to Parliament for any failures on their part. It also appears that those criticizing him for his intervention in preventing those 65 Chinese persons from being at the detention center without having been given due process of law by having them appear before a magistrate and giving them an opportunity to answer a charge, whether of illegal landing or of working without a valid work permit, have not considered the fact that if he had not done so, he himself may have been held liable for their unlawful detention, since they had not, as far as the discussion went, been taken before a court of law. So soon have some leaders and members of the public forgotten the decisions of the courts of this country, including the Privy Council in Takatota's case, among others, in which a large sum of money in damages was awarded for unlawful detention. I say that because I have not seen a statement anywhere that some 65 persons had been brought before a magistrate's court. The second incident was one in which the Minister of Immigration swore in a widow as a citizen of the Bahamas at her husband's funeral. The question has to be asked whether there was any law or rule or regulation which forbid the minister doing so. So far, I have not seen anyone refer to a relevant rule of law which he had allegedly violated, and I am not personally aware of any such rule in our law. In fact, it is the minister who, by the Constitution and the statute, the Nationality Act, has the power to swear in citizens, and the public servants subordinate to him can only do so because in the law they are required to assist him in carrying out his functions. I noticed in the newspaper article when the story first broke that a former Minister of Immigration stated that he never personally swore in anyone as a citizen, but left it to the civil servants who were authorized to do so. That statement left me, as a person who is somewhat familiar with the law governing both immigration and citizenship, as well as that governing the exercise of power by ministers and persons subordinate to him under, for example, general orders, very puzzled, because as indicated earlier, the powers of the law are to be exercised by a duly appointed minister under the statute as well as the Constitution. See, for example, Articles 72(1) and 88 of the Constitution, as well as general orders. In addition, it was that same minister who, in 2017, created a separate body to allegedly clean up the backlog of outstanding applications for citizenships, who was informed by me that he could not delegate to the body outside the cabinet the power to decide whether or not citizenship of the Bahamas should be granted to any person which the Parliament had delegated to the cabinet, because delegatus non potestas delegare, a person to whom Parliament delegates a power to do anything, cannot delegate that responsibility to another person who is not contemplated by the parliamentary delegation of power. Madam Editor, I think it is clear that I am not bound to swear to the dogmas of any partisan political party, but I firmly believe that the entrenched human right of every person in the Bahamas to be presumed innocent of any criminal offense until proven guilty should not be lightly taken or ignored by anyone in authority. For as I believe we say in this country, today for me, tomorrow for you, and you ain't past nothing till you die. For what it is worth, as the late P. Anthony White would say, yours sincerely, Dame Joan A. Sawyer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member.
Madam
Person
Speaker,
asked.
as a follow-up question to the member for Carmichael's response, how many of those 65 persons that were taken onto the bus produced documentation to show that they were in the country legally at the time?
I don't know where you got that from, but no one I never said anyone was taken on any bus.
People that the Immigration Department. This is a follow-up question, Madam Speaker. This is permitted within the rules. It stems from the long dissertation given by the member, which obviously he had prepared for. It's a follow-up question, Madam Speaker. How many of those persons that the Immigration Department sought to receive documentation from actually produced documentation to the minister or any members of his immigration team at the time, of the 65, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, I would ask that you invoke Rule 59(4) at this time, and I wish to table the questions that I have along with the supplementary. Please, thank you.
Honourable Member. The Chair
Let him go
recognizes
read
the
it.
Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The final two questions for the Minister, Jobette Colby Davis.
The 30 minutes is up.
I thought the request was made of Madam Speaker to allow questions to continue
For,
without limit, so long as
no.
those identified as having their questions available had answered them all. I didn't realize that it was just for the minister, former Minister of Immigration, Carmichael. Can there be some clarity? Because this is now turning out to be an embarrassment. We had a representation that's now being walked back.
Madam Speaker, I try not to speak in multisyllabic words so that there cannot be confusion. The assertion was for Michael to finish. It is now that Elizabeth also wishes to complete.
Indeed.
But there is the second reading of the bill that is going to be moved by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. And anyone who listens to the news would know that he is late for a meeting with our counterparts in the region. And so that this doesn't get out of hand, Elizabeth would like to finish her too, but
Yes.
it is not unlimited, nor was it asked to be unlimited, as Sinan suggests.
Before you go, what is multisyllabic?
More than 2 syllables.
Honorable members, he is indeed right, and I am really under the number 3. It is in the discretion of the speaker. Members may ask supplementary questions to elucidate a reply. Members, let's remember now we are under time, and I would like for us to forward. If there are new supplementary questions, let's have that placed on the record, but we cannot allow for that today because it is almost an hour now that we would have spent on question time. Let's move forward quickly with the latter questions for the honorable member for Elizabeth.
Will the honorable minister advise this honorable House as to what extent the government has consulted any of the agencies? Will the honorable minister advise this honorable House why an independent surveyor is conducting the mandatory inspection surveys instead of the Port Department? And secondly, will the honorable minister advise this House why no distinction or accommodation was made for vessels that are used for mixed purposes when the Boat Registration Amendment Bill and Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Amendment Bill were drafted?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, inspection surveys are helpful in determining problems hidden from view. A survey is also good in determining what repairs or upgrades may be necessary to get a boat in safe operating mode. The surveys are acceptable for 2 years. The honorable member is advised that the Boat Registration Act requires the presentation of a surveyor's report as a condition for the licensing of crafts. This requirement stemmed from several boating accidents, which required a robust oversight regime to keep Bahamians and visitors safe. The honorable member is further advised that a survey would also be helpful for owners and operators of boats to procure and maintain a comprehensive insurance policy. As to the next question, the honorable member is advised that there are several pieces of legislation that are applicable, including the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act. In each act, the type of craft is clearly outlined in the preliminary section. The schedule of fees is organized based on a boat's length. It is important to note that successive administrations have followed that arrangement. To adjust the schedule of fees based on the question posed can result in ambiguity and misinterpretation. Further, a practical analysis of a possible adjustment based on the question posed can possibly result in the owners of larger boats paying less than the owners of smaller ones. In the final analysis, we believe in fairness and equity. The law should not be based on hypotheticals.
Thank you, honorable member.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I know the member for Freetown came with prepared answers. We wish to ask those questions with the exception of question number 36. We wish to ask those questions that were tabled by the member for Kalani, and we'd be grateful if the member would speak to those remaining questions.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
with the exception of 36, we're not asking that particular question, but all others.
I had a long answer for that one. The question, Madam Speaker, that would leave only one question then. And that would be question 63, which has three parts. Will the honourable member inform the honourable House of the true beneficial owners of the company that was awarded the contract for ankle monitoring bracelets? The contract issued to Metro Security Solutions Limited was approved by the Cabinet led by Dr. Hubert Minnis on Tuesday, the 7th of September 2021, and signed on the 10th of September 2021, which was 6 days before the general election, which was held on the 16th of September 2021. The registered office of the company was located at the chambers of Attorney Tony Scrivens. The disclosed shareholders of the company, as shown on the return filed with the Registrar General's Department, are as follows: Leon Bethel Sr., 60 shares, Ronald Campbell, Clement Lightburn, Kirkwood Andrews, Leon Bethel Jr., 10 shares each. There's nothing to indicate that the disclosed shareholders are not the beneficial owners of the shares shown issued to them. Short, Madam Speaker, the contract was granted by the person who was answering asking the question, the member for Kalani. It shows massive lack of what is happening in the Cabinet. They must not have been there that day or tuned in. The second question, will the Honourable Minister advise this House which law firm represents the company that was awarded the ankle bracelet contract? A review of the file of the Ministry of National Security shows that the only lawyer that has communicated with the Ministry on behalf of Metro Security Solutions Limited was Leon Bethel Sr., whose professional address was the chambers of Tony Scrivens. Leon Bethel Sr. was also the managing director of the company. Question 3. Does the Honourable Minister appreciate that this could represent a conflict of interest which would require a truly Honourable Minister to resign? As the contract was awarded by the administration led by Dr. Hubert Minnis on the 10th of September 2021, 6 days before the general election held on the 16th of September 2021, whether there was any conflict of interest that would require the Minister of National Security to resign would be known to the then Minister Marvin Dames and or the Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis. And he should not be asking a question that he would know the answer to. Why has the law firm in question not complied with the law regarding the disclosure of names of the beneficial owner of the company? The company returns on their face purport to name the beneficial owners of the company. The question assumes that the named owners are not the beneficial owner without any evidence of that fact. Bearing in mind, Madam Speaker, that this was a contract issued by Dr. Minnis, maybe he knows who the beneficial owners of the company are. They haven't asked the other question. In order to table these, I'll table the answer to that one as well. And so, Madam Speaker, I take it that you directed all of these answers be now tabled.
Madam Speaker, as they're tabling those answers, I note that there is a Tribune article from the 24th of March, from the 12th of March of 2024. The government has canceled its electronic monitoring contract with Metro Security Solutions and selected Migrafil Electronic Security, the previous provider of the service to take over monitoring persons on bail.
I am now ordering that all responses to the questions for question time be brought up.
At the answer to 36. And I take the supplemental question from Sinance to be, why did we terminate a company that wasn't performing that they had contracted? No, I didn't answer 36. The answer, Madam Speaker, is that having the previous administration having contracted an untested company, this current administration, there were two companies who had provided the service previously, Migrafil successfully, and ICS. The owner of ICS indicated that he was not interested in it, and unlike the previous administration, we were not willing to take a chance on an untested entity on something so important.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, is the minister going to provide the answers to these questions as it relates to the entity Metro Security Solutions?
That's a part of the written answers that I have signed and tabled, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. That now completes question time. Ordered that the documents do lie on the table. We will now revert back to the order of business.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I think I may have repeated Metro Security Solutions, Migrafil Electronic Security. Is that also part of the minister's answer?
Madam Speaker, that was an oral and not a written question for me to come with a prepared answer. If they wish to ask some other questions that could get a written answer, that would be fine.
Thank you, honorable member.
The question that was written and submitted was submitted in February of 2024, and it was also happening in February of 2024 that the contract for ankle monitoring bracelets was being changed. So the question would have related to the entity that was receiving the ankle monitoring contract, Madam Speaker. 63, Madam Speaker. He's given response on an entity that was engaged, as he said, by the past administration, but not the entity that was engaged by his administration when this issue came up and when this question was raised. That entity, Madam Speaker, being Migrafil Electronic Security.
Speaker, when the question was asked, the provider was Metro.
Thank you, honorable member.
So he's saying he's not prepared to give answers to the entity that he had contract to?
This is all done for show. To be clear, I've answered question 63. If they wish to formulate some questions about Migrafil and table them, I will answer those as well.
Thank you, honorable member. Second reading committee of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Callahan, Rumkey, and
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce and provide a contribution for the second reading and passing of a compendium of two bills. The Independent Commission of Investigations Bill 2025 and to Protect the Disclosure Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, it is indeed an honor for me to rise on behalf of the great Bahamians of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. And it continues to be the privilege of my lifetime to do so as their Prime Minister, as well as their representative in this House. Madam Speaker, serving the Bahamian people, serving them well, requires that we recognize both the promise and the perils of our times. We are living through times of tremendous change, allowing us to seize hold of extraordinary new opportunities for Bahamians, opportunities our parents and grandparents could scarcely have dreamed of. But we are also navigating very significant and complex threats. We are working to build a country in which our people can make the most of their God-given talents, a country in which every citizen can live a life of purpose and dignity and security. And we're also working to mitigate the serious risks we face and to tackle our country's hardest challenges. We are clear. The only way to change lives is to change the status quo. We've been determined to solve problems that have been treated as unsolvable. And we have indeed overseen significant change. And we have come a long way under the protection of God and in partnership with the Bahamian people. We entered office with our nation's economy in tatters, our finances in free fall, our hospitals, schools, and communities in crisis. Rescue was step number one. We ended the speculation about downgrades and currency devaluation. We pulled the country back from the brink, and we moved quickly to replace damaging and punitive policies with ones that offered relief. But we didn't stop at rescue and relief. We moved quickly to revitalize our economy, creating new jobs, partnerships, and investments. We are implementing our country's first comprehensive, nationwide, innovative energy reforms so that we can bring down costs for business and families and make our energy supply cleaner and more reliable. And I dare say, Madam Speaker, the cost of electricity is already being felt by Bahamians as a result of our reform. Rescue, relief, revitalization, reform. And don't forget, Madam Speaker, respect. Together, we have earned respect, got our country off the blacklist, and we are promoting our islands, fighting for fair climate finance, and strengthening the partnerships that protect our borders. Across our islands, we are working for change, investing in our people, and building a dynamic and inclusive 21st century economy. There's a lot of hard work ahead of us. When you have big ambitions for your people and your country, sitting still is sinful. Apathy and cynicism are sinful. It is our mission, it is our privilege to strengthen and prepare the Bahamas in every which way we can, to improve our laws and regulations, to build modern infrastructure, and most importantly, to stand up for and invest in our people so that we can secure the most exciting new opportunities and protect ourselves from the most serious threats. That's the work we engage in, Madam Speaker, because there aren't too many shortcuts on the journey from nation in crisis to the promised land. The bills we debate today are an important step toward that journey. In fact, the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill 2024 and the Protected Disclosures Bill 2025, along with the recently enacted Ombudsman Bill 2024, together each represent the most aggressive and the most substantial accountability and anti-corruption reforms our country has seen. This compendium of reforms will create formidable new tools to combat corruption and wrongdoing in both the public and private sectors. Transforming a country requires building on the most solid of foundations. Bahamians deserve representatives and public servants and institutions that work for them. So here is the principle we should consider fundamentally. foundationally, no one is exempt from scrutiny, and no one is above the law. The Independent Commission of Investigations Bill 2024 will, for the first time, establish an independent body to investigate incidents involving serious breaches of the criminal law committed by officers of the security forces and specified officials, including, Madam Speaker, members of Parliament, public officers, members of government entities, family island administrators, and specified officials of other public bodies. As Bahamians are all well aware, last year, very serious criminal allegations were made against multiple members of our uniformed forces, the very people whose job it is to keep our people safe. Let me tell you how serious I believe this to be. I believe no country can lift people out of poverty or turn young men away from trouble or build communities in which people thrive and neighbors look out for one another if their citizens cannot trust those who take an oath to protect them. In this very House, we passed significant new anti-gang legislation, giving the police strong tools to punish gang activities and incarcerate gang members. But how can we present this as progress to Bahamians when many Bahamians have come to believe that some members of our police force are themselves part of the problem? It should surprise no one that among those Bahamians who are angriest about the allegation of misconduct are the principals and conscientious officers who now have to do their jobs that are already difficult and dangerous, in an atmosphere of increased hostility and suspicion. When those in position of authority violate the trust placed in them, they cause suspicion and anger that goes through and pervades society. Bahamians have been asking, rightly and justifiably, how can we be hopeful things will change? How can we trust a system when those accused of wrongdoing are the only ones with the power to investigate that wrongdoing? I know that a lot of Bahamians thought that as serious as things had become, nothing would change. That's been the pattern. That's been the pattern for far too long. The spotlight now shifts to the next outrage or crisis, and nothing changes. But I'm serious when I say we aren't here to protect or prolong the status quo. So say goodbye to the old rules and get familiar with the new ones, because we are here to work, not play. Madam Speaker, let me tell you why these reforms are important and why they're going to make a difference. When I talk to young Bahamians, they tell me straight up, they believe there are two systems in this country. The system they have to operate in, where they can be slapped around or have the book thrown at them for small or even invented infractions. And another system in which the most egregious law-breaking by the wealthiest Bahamians or by expats is overlooked or winked at, instantly forgiven and forgotten. They tell me that some of the elites who are the quickest to condemn young people in trouble, who can spout off righteous indignation at a moment's notice, these are the very people who play whatever game they have to behind the scenes to get their child or friend off the hook for the same misdeeds. Because, Madam Speaker, in the end, these elites believe accountability is for other people, if you know what I mean. This kind of mistrust can be a cancer, one that grows and grows until it undermines everything we want to achieve. And we have to address it. We have to stand with all of the Bahamians who are working hard, playing by the rules, not using their hardship or circumstances as an excuse, while others behave with impunity. It doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't have to be this way. Bahamians deserve fairness and justice, and the upstanding members of the police force, the defense force, and other government agencies deserve to serve our nation with the respect and support of their fellow citizens. That is why those who undermine the impartial execution of justice must be removed and punished. Respect for our institutions is at stake. New serious incidents could put our national reputation at stake, and our progress toward a more fair and equitable society is at stake. A lot, Madam Speaker, is on the line. It is lamentable that so many of the words proclaimed and even shouted in this House in the past about transparency and corruption and accountability turn out just to be hot air. All that rhetoric and speechifying by the members opposite, that no action, no practical solutions, no follow-up. Incredible, isn't it? That the same people now demanding a commission of inquiry that would cost Bahamians millions are some of the very same people who failed to properly manage the international donations that came in during Hurricane Dorian, even when the entire world was watching. As for talk about FTX, one of the success stories of this country, one of the success stories of this country, FTX. I want you to know, man, 100% recovery, and stop the FTX. Let me just say this, right? 100% recovery for all investors. All investors plus, right? And guess what? The court awarded our Securities Commission $10 million, right? For the work that they done to enable for the protection of those investors, to enable them to be able today to smile and say, well, you got all our funds back. When the doom and gloom was being spewed all over the world. We stayed focused, and we did what we had to do to ensure that our investors are protected. That's what you should be talking about, and that's what you should be proud of. You should be proud of that. You should be proud of that, you know. Be proud of that. Right? So we could talk about the other. Right? So we talk about you know. So that's I talk about the Dorian donations, and let's ask for accountability measures during the pandemic. Well, don't you remember how some of them think? Accountability during that period. Accountability wasn't for them. It was for other people. That's right. I certainly hope no new dramatic or theatrical displays are planned for the day. I'm keeping an eye on that mace. Yeah. There it is, right there. And my friendly. That was a corny script. And my friendly, but quite serious advice to the members opposite is that they should not attempt, again, to use a symbol representing one of our nation's most profound historical moments as a prop for a cheap stunt. Bahamians know what grandstanding to win political points look like, you know. We leave others to their hypocrisy and play acting. My colleagues and I are here to do the work. Madam Speaker, we indeed work hard during this period of consultation with the Bahamian people to shape and improve the reforms of this legislation. We are grateful to all those who participated in the consultation process. And as I will detail in a moment, we widen the scope of the legislation as a result of the input we received. I'm proud of the legislation and proud that the consultation period was substantive and productive. Together, we are declaring that we refuse to be brought low or defined by our challenges, that allowing wrongdoers to undermine our solidarity and progress is wrong, especially when there's so much that is strong and vibrant and beautiful and excellent about us. And when the vast majority of Bahamians demonstrate day after day their integrity and resilience. So many Bahamians choose to do the right thing even when it's a hard thing to do. So many choose to live upstanding, productive lives. They aren't asking for applause or recognition. They're asking for fairness. Madam Speaker, it is on their behalf that we seek change and reform. The Independent Commission of Investigations Bill will create an independent body, run separately and apart from any security force or any government agency, which will have the power to investigate allegations made against members of security forces as well as officials. Security forces specifically include the Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas Department of Corrections, the Bahamas Customs and Excise Department, the Bahamas Immigration Department, and any other force or service as specified in an Act of Parliament. As a result of our public consultation, we significantly expanded the jurisdiction of the Commission and the scope of the law, which will now apply to specified officials, defined by the bill to include parliamentarians, senior public officers, heads and deputy heads of government corporations, general managers and deputy general managers of government corporations, chief and deputy chief magistrates, senior Family Island administrators, and other elected local government officials, directors and board members of government entities, any other class of public officers and persons appointed to public bodies as the Governor General on the recommendation of the Prime Minister after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition may by order specify. This commission will be truly independent. Not even a Prime Minister can direct this commission, nor can any member of the Senate or House of Assembly serve on the commission. I anticipate that the opposition may raise the question of what I call an integrity commission. But let us be clear, this administration has carefully considered the best approach to ensuring transparency, accountability, and strong investigative oversight in the Bahamas. The Independent Commission not only meets, but fully integrates the critical oversight functions that would otherwise fall under an integrity commission. This legislation ensures that all public officials, including those in law enforcement and government, are subject to independent scrutiny with full investigative powers, enforcement mechanisms, and accountability measures. It was this government's view that a small nation like ours, establishing multiple commissions with overlapping mandates would be inefficient, duplicative, and unnecessary. Instead, we have taken a comprehensive and streamlined approach, creating a single independent body with the authority to investigate misconduct across public institutions. This is not a diluted solution. This is a stronger, more effective one. While others may call for additional bureaucratic structures, we have delivered a commission with real power, real independence, and real capacity to root out corruption and misconduct at every level of governance. The commission will be led by 3 commissioners appointed by the Governor General after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. These commissioners will be people of high integrity who possess the qualification to hold high judicial office or who have already held such office. They'll be respected, seasoned professionals of the highest caliber. No one who has been convicted of an offense of dishonesty or moral turpitude can serve on the commission. Members of a security force and those who are a party to, partner, director, or manager of a company with a government contract are also prohibited from serving as a commissioner. Other key roles will include a president and vice president and 3 directors of complaints charged with conducting preliminary investigations. The commission will be empowered to conduct investigations, including receiving complaints from citizens, gathering evidence, summoning and examining witnesses under oath, and determining whether criminal charges will be recommended to the Director of Public Prosecutions. In the interest of public transparency, with the exception of very specific circumstances, in which confidentiality is required, the Commission may issue press releases at the commencement and at the end of an investigation. A report will also be provided to the person who made the complaint, the concerned individual or official, and to the relevant agency. For other public servants, the report will be submitted to the Public Service Commission. Of course, because it's the people's business to know the results of an investigation, the report will be tabled in Parliament, sent to the Speaker and tabled in Parliament. Madam Speaker, what this means is that the public will now have the ability to make complaints to an independent commission and will no longer have to rely on agencies to investigate themselves. So, for example, if a complaint was made related to the alleged misconduct of a police officer or defense force officer, and that complaint falls under the jurisdiction of the Commission, the investigation will not be solely handled internally by the police force or the defense force, as is the standard practice today. Instead, the Independent Commission of Investigations will take the lead. This is not to say that the police force is or has been incapable of conducting internal investigations. They have done so very honorably and very capably on many occasions in the past. But as I said earlier, when distrust in the institutions has become widespread, all steps must be taken to restore that trust. This commission is a change that has been well received by Bahamians. I believe that as the commission does its work, support will grow as the Bahamian people realize the numerous benefits from having an independent body empowered to investigate complaints. I believe our security officers and officials will appreciate this change as well. Ultimately, it is the law-abiding majority who will benefit the most from having a transparent, independent process for investigations against security officers and officials. Madam Speaker, again, this bill is part of a wider effort to aggressively address crime and wrongdoing in our nation. Within the police force and defense force, a number of internal changes are underway. Within our communities, new policies and initiatives are being rolled out. For example, the Clear Whole Bill initiative has already had noticeable positive impact on the Engliston community. Yes. We'll share those results in just a few days as we prepare to use this data to inform our approach to fighting crime throughout New Providence. Of course, corruption and crime are complex social and cultural issues requiring a society-wide, all-hands-on-deck effort to ensure an enduring impact. With the support of our churches, schools, nonprofit organizations, families, private sector businesses, and law-abiding citizens, we can win the fight against crime and corruption in our communities. The bill before us today will go a long way toward reestablishing trust in the integrity of our investigations process and ensuring that those charged with upholding the law are carrying out their duties without compromise. Again, with this bill, we are turning the page on the way things used to be done and moving on to a new age of accountability. Madam Speaker, an indispensable companion to the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill is the Protected Disclosure Bill 2025, which establishes and strengthens safeguards for employees reporting wrongdoing, including unlawful or unethical behavior and conduct within both public and private organizations. The provisions of the bill empower whistleblowers to report fraud or corruption or misconduct by ensuring confidentiality, providing a pathway for disclosure, and protecting them from retaliation. We are confident that these reforms can improve both public and corporate governance in the Bahamas. Indeed, establishing a clear mechanism for reporting and investigating wrongdoing can discourage and deter wrongdoing in the first instance. Not only will whistleblowers be protected from retaliation, but severe penalties will be imposed on anyone who obstructs the reporting process. Whistleblowers have also helped governments and corporations around the world to identify problems early before misconduct can escalate or abuses can become systemic. Whistleblowers need only act in good faith, with a reasonable belief in the accuracy of the information they disclose, and a reasonable belief that the conduct described constitutes wrongdoing to be eligible for the Act's numerous and detailed protections. The Act provides for a designated authority empowered to act independently, to publish guidelines for disclosures, to conduct investigations, and to issue reports and recommendations. Madam Speaker, those who seek to stop wrongdoing are standing up for all of us and promoting integrity and fiscal and corporate accountability. Whistleblower protections can reshape an organization's behavior, can serve as an early warning system, can improve regulatory compliance, and can deepen stakeholder and citizens' trust. The protections in this legislation incentivize the alignment of public and private operations with both legal and ethical standards. Whistleblowers act as allies for citizens and guardians of public and corporate integrity, frequently preventing compliance violations in the first place or preventing them from escalating into larger ones and/or to larger crises. The experiences of large corporations abroad indicate that the adoption of ethical governance practices, including whistleblower protections, is correlated with an increase in market value. This is not surprising. Protections which deter misconduct and promote integrity and accountability are worth a lot to citizens and shareholders. Madam Speaker, in order to make progress on our ambitious policy goals, we need government to be effective and well managed and accountable. We are in the process of implementing, as I indicated, the Ombudsman Bill, which for the first time provides Bahamians an independent advocate to investigate and address complaints they may have about government services or their treatment by government officials. Talking bad to the Bahamian people, treating them bad, all that will now be subject to scrutiny and subject to consequences. The creation of operational manuals, staffing and the training of these individuals are already underway. Just to put it in context, Madam Speaker, the Ombudsman's Bill, in keeping with this administration's commitment to strengthening governance, enhancing oversight, and ensuring accountability, right? I'm pleased to announce that the committee responsible for selecting the Ombudsman will receive their formal notice of appointment next week. This marks a critical step toward the full establishment of the Office of the Ombudsman, a new mechanism designed to serve as an independent watchdog over public administration, particularly in respect to how our citizens are treated and how our services as a government are delivered. This committee brings together key stakeholders: the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, a representative of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, a representative of the Public Service Commission, the President of the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, the Employers Federation, and a member of civil society recommended by the umbrella organization of civil society groups in the Bahamas. Their role is clear: to identify and recommend an individual of integrity, independence, and legal expertise to serve as the country's first ombudsman. This is not a political appointment. This is an appointment based on merit, competence, and a commitment to upholding the highest standards of fairness and justice. The Office of the Ombudsman will be an important tool for resolving complaints of maladministration, investigating breaches of fundamental rights, and ensuring that government services operate fairly, efficiently, and free from bias or corruption. It will also advise on human rights compliance, review legislation for consistency with international standards, and make recommendations to improve governance. Madam Speaker, this government is committed to not just passing laws, but ensuring that the institutions created by those laws are fully operational and effective. The work of this committee is crucial, and we will ensure that the Office of the Ombudsman is properly resourced and positioned to fulfill its mandate to the Bahamian people. We look forward to the committee beginning its work and to the swift appointment of the Ombudsman as we continue taking concrete steps toward a more accountable and transparent government. The creation of the Public Ombudsman, the robust new protections for whistleblowers, the establishment of an independent commission of investigations, each of these achievements is significant in its own right, and together they represent a very substantial step forward for good governance in the Bahamas. And of course, good governance is not some abstraction. Good governance is what allows us to create real change for Bahamians. So, Madam Speaker, the bills we debate today give more power to the Bahamian people, and they have my full support. I thank you. And I so move, Madam Speaker, the second reading and passing of a bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigations into allegations or participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials, to provide for the functions, power, organization, and management of the Commission, and for connected matters. I also, Madam Speaker, would say at the same time, move and for the second reading and passing of a bill for an act to combat wrongdoing in the public and private sectors by encouraging, facilitating, and protecting disclosures made to an authority designated for the purposes of investigating and determining wrongdoing and for connected purposes. That's the whistleblower bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahama.
With your permission, there was a question, and I realize that the Prime Minister indicates that he may have to leave. And no, I realize that you had indicated that you may have to leave, but there is a question that I would like to ask, I think all of us, a fundamental question in reference to both of the bills that are being dealt with today that I wanted to ask. No, I fully understand that. The question is in reference to the whistleblowers bill, that anyone who is protected under the whistleblower bill, it does not apply to any incident under the independent commissioner's bill, which in essence means that if there is a police officer that is being investigated under the Independence Commissioner Bill or a high official being investigated under the Independent Commissioner's Bill, that a whistleblower in that incident will not receive any protection under the bill that is being debated today. Because again, it didn't make sense to me that you were passing this whistleblower bill along with the independence bill and that not apply to the independent commissioner's bill. It didn't make much sense to me, and that was that really was the question.
What I understand you, the concern being expressed is that we have the whistleblower bill, we have the independent commission bill. The question is, if a complaint is made to the Independence Commission, that person may not have the protection of the Whistleblowers Act. That's the question you're asking, right? That's the first question. And then you're also saying that a whistleblower, if someone makes a complaint to a whistleblower makes a complaint, then under the Act, then he may not be able, the Independent Commission may not be able to investigate that matter? Well, see, because, first of all, here's how I see it working, all right? And if you think that there are any provisions that prevent it from happening, kindly make your recommendation. But it's anyone who goes to the Commission to make a complaint may very likely be a whistleblower. And if they come and deem themselves a whistleblower, they will still have the protection of the Whistleblowers Act. Right? And so the fact that you are at the Commission does not preclude you from claiming protection under the Protected Disclosure Bill.
I agree that is, I think, the intention, and that is where the bills should take us. But if you could just look at Section 4B. Section 4B says that of the whistleblowers bill, that Section 4B says that this act shall not apply to an incident to which the Independent Commissioner of Investigations Act applies, which again does not make much sense to me in that if you have to us, and we discussed this in our meeting yesterday in looking at the whistleblower bill, many of us had that same concern. If you are a whistleblower and you have an incident under the Independent Commissioner's bill, then you don't get those protections. So again, that's my, I think that's all of our challenge because it was raised in the meeting that we had.
Madam Speaker, if I could, Madam Speaker, ask for a 3 minute suspension and tell the member for East Grand Palmer that I didn't lean on my own understanding, and the AG has consulted the drafters who have said the reason for that. But if we could, Madam Speaker, have a 3 minute suspension.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended for 3 minutes. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House stands suspended for 3 minutes. All rise. Honorable members, under suspension, the honorable member for Elizabeth was proceeding to second the bill. I presume we are now ready. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to second the bill for the Independent Commission of Investigations 2025 and the Protected Disclosures 2025. Two groundbreaking pieces of legislation that will transform the way accountability and transparency are upheld in the Bahamas. But before I go into the details of these reforms, I want to take a moment to recognize the leadership of Prime Minister Philip Edward Davis, KC MP. Too often, politicians talk about fighting corruption, about strengthening governance, about ensuring that government serves the people and not the powerful, but few have the courage to take real, decisive action. This Prime Minister has not just talked the talk, he has walked the walk. At a time when our institutions are being tested, when the Bahamian people demand accountability, it is this administration, under the leadership of Prime Minister Davis, that is stepping up to do what is right. These bills are not about political convenience. They are about fundamental structural reform. They are about ensuring that no one, no matter their title, no matter their rank, no matter their influence, is above the law. The Prime Minister has made it abundantly clear that this government will not tolerate misconduct, will not turn a blind eye to corruption, and will not allow wrongdoing to go unchecked. He has not waited for outside pressure. He has led from the front. These bills are proof of that leadership, of his commitment to delivering real change, of his determination to build a country where justice is not just a privilege for the powerful, but a right for all. Madam Speaker, history will remember that it was Prime Minister Davis who had the foresight, the political will, and the moral courage to put these bills forward. While others have hesitated, he has acted. While others have made excuses, he has implemented solutions. While others have talked about accountability, he has enshrined it into law. This is leadership. This is the kind of leadership that restores trust, protects democracy, and strengthens the very foundation of our nation. The Bahamian people should be proud that they have a Prime Minister who does not shy away from the tough decisions, but embraces them, knowing that the future of this country depends on what we do today. Madam Speaker, the Independent Commission of Investigations Bill and the Protected Disclosures Bill 2025 represent the most significant step towards strengthening accountability and transparency in the Bahamas in decades. These bills go beyond addressing concerns of the moment. They create a robust, independent framework for ensuring that misconduct is investigated fairly and that those who expose wrongdoing are fully protected under the law. The Independent Commission of Investigations Bill establishes a truly autonomous investigative body with far-reaching powers to probe allegations of serious misconduct by members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Department of Corrections, and other law enforcement agencies. For years, the public has rightfully questioned how misconduct could be fairly investigated when the agencies responsible for upholding the law were left to police themselves. This bill removes the conflict entirely, ensuring that investigations into allegations of abuse of power, corruption, unlawful killings, and other forms of serious misconduct are handled by a commission that operates free from institutional influence or political pressure. Madam Speaker, this commission is not a symbolic entity. It will have the legal authority to summon witnesses, access records, compel testimony, and gather evidence to ensure that investigations are thorough, credible, and beyond reproach. The bill also mandates full cooperation from public officials, establishes strict penalties for obstruction, ensures transparency in the reporting of findings to Parliament. No longer will the public be left in the dark about investigations into misconduct. With this bill, we are creating a system where justice is delivered impartially and without interference. Equally important, Madam Speaker, is the Protected Disclosures Bill 2025, which provides strong, enforceable legal protections for whistleblowers. If we are serious about confronting corruption, we must ensure that those who come forward with information are not intimidated, victimized, or silenced. This bill creates an ironclad framework that shields individuals from retaliation, wrongful termination, harassment, or any form of personal or professional reprisal. The bill provides that whistleblowers will be protected by law from dismissal or mistreatment in the workplace, and that any employer or official who attempts to punish or retaliate against them will face severe penalties, including fines and imprisonment. It also ensures that disclosures are handled with strict confidentiality, reducing the risk of exposure for those who report misconduct. This is critical in fostering a culture where individuals feel safe to expose corruption and unethical behavior without fear of losing their livelihoods. These two bills are not just reforms. They are systemic corrections that reinforce the rule of law, establish lasting institutional safeguards, and create a governance framework where misconduct is just not condemned, but effectively prosecuted. The Davis administration has recognized that the public's trust in government and law enforcement cannot be taken for granted. It must be earned. These bills are a testament to that commitment. Madam Speaker, for too long, the Bahamian people have watched a system that seemed to serve the powerful, while ordinary citizens had little recourse when injustice occurred. We've all heard the stories. Families who lost loved ones but never got answers. Victims of corruption who spoke up only to face retaliation. Honest workers who were forced to look the other way because speaking out meant losing their livelihood. These bills change that. With the Independent Commission of Investigations bill, we are telling the Bahamian people that when wrongdoing happens, no matter who is involved, it will be investigated fairly and transparently. No more internal reviews that leave families in the dark. No more cases where the system protects its own instead of protecting the truth. This bill ensures that law enforcement officers and public officials are held to the same standard as every other Bahamian. The days of people investigating themselves are over. The people deserve real accountability, and today we are delivering it. And what about those who've witnessed corruption but felt powerless to act? Those who knew the truth but feared losing everything if they came forward. The Protected Disclosure Bill changes their reality. It tells Bahamians, if you see something, you can say something, and the law will protect you. No one should have to choose between their job and their integrity. No one should have to weigh the cost of exposing corruption against the safety of their family. This bill ensures that whistleblowers are protected, not punished. Madam Speaker, a young police recruit, fresh out of the training, who is committed to doing the right thing, but finds himself provided by a culture that tells him to look the other way. I think of the government worker who stumbles upon fraud, but stays silent because she knows speaking up could mean losing everything she has worked for. These are real people, real situations, and today we are giving them real protection. This is what this moment means for the Bahamian people. It means justice will no longer be determined by connections or status. It means wrongdoing will be investigated by independent professionals, not friends and colleagues. It means people who tell the truth will no longer be left to fend for themselves. Madam Speaker, this is about trust, and trust is built through action. This administration is just not talking about accountability, we're putting it into law. We are ensuring that every Bahamian, regardless of their title, their position, or their paycheck, knows that corruption will not be tolerated and justice will not be selective. That is what these bills mean for the Bahamian people. That is the future we are building. And that is why I stand here today in full support of these historic reforms. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I must take a moment to reflect on a profound loss, one that has been deeply felt by our progressive Liberal Party family, the Bahamas, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. Yesterday, we received the heartbreaking news that Beverly Lewis had left us suddenly and far too soon. In moments like these, we are reminded of life's fragility and how quickly everything can change. We search for words that bring comfort, but there are never enough words to capture the impact of a life so well lived. Beverly was not just a supporter of this great movement, she was a pillar of strength, a fighter, and a true believer in the principles of the Progressive Liberal Party. She was never one to stand on the sidelines. When there was work to be done, she was there. When a voice was needed, she spoke up. And when the PLP called, she answered without hesitation, without fear, without wavering. Madam Speaker, there are few like Beverly Lewis. She represented a different era of political commitment, one defined by loyalty, conviction, and an unshakable belief in the cause. She was not in this for titles or recognition. She fought because she believed in the people, in the mission, and in a better future. She was strong, but she was also kind. She was fearless, but she carried herself with grace. She had the rare ability to stand firm in her convictions while always remaining warm, engaging, and compassionate. Her absence leaves a void that will not easily be filled. Her presence was commanding, her influence undeniable, and her legacy secured in the hearts of those who had the privilege of knowing her. To her family, her son Trevor, her grandchildren, to those who loved her, and to all who mourn her passing, I extend my deepest condolences. We have lost a soldier, but we will honor her the way she would have wanted, by continuing the fight, by standing firm, and by upholding the values that she also held so dear. Rest in peace, Beverly. Your work is done, but your legacy will live on in all of us. Yeah. Elizabeth supports these bills.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigations into allegations of participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials, to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the commission for connected purposes. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of St. Barnabas, namely the communities of Coconut Grove, Black Village, Big Pond, Rock Crusher, and the Oaksfield community, Madam Speaker. I give thanks, Madam Speaker, to Almighty God for what he continues to give me and my family, and what he continues to do for the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. I'm extra grateful, Madam Speaker, because now, 3 months in, my wife and I are enjoying a 3-month-old, and so my shift usually ends at 4 o'clock, Madam Speaker, but it is a joy, Madam Speaker.
AM or PM?
AM, Madam Speaker.
Oh, my.
And it continues to be a joy and a blessing to have another child. So it's a pleasure, Madam Speaker, and I'm just equally glad, Madam Speaker, that God will give us the opportunity to continue to contribute to the growing of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and to have someone who will be a part of this great country and will be able to contribute in a significant way. We pray and hope, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I go into the bill, Madam Speaker, just wish to, I couldn't help, Madam Speaker, but listen very attentively to the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what was said at the front of the Prime Minister's contribution is something that consistently, Madam Speaker, that the government has done in every debate, Madam Speaker. And I won't belabor my particular points on these issues, Madam Speaker, because we are here to talk about the bill. Madam Speaker, the government continues to paint a picture that they rescued the Bahamian people in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, and that, Madam Speaker, the version of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas that Bahamians are experiencing today is something that Bahamians should be very proud of, excited about, and very grateful to this government for, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister, just a few minutes ago, Madam Speaker, quoting, "We are working to build a country in which our people can make the most of their God-given talents," Madam Speaker. Those were the Prime Minister's words. But we heard already from this morning, Madam Speaker, from the member for Golden Gates, Madam Speaker, that 491 retirees have been brought back into the public service. 491, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that they may be very capable persons, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, if we are saying, Madam Speaker, creating a brighter future, Madam Speaker, how do we justify 491 retirees, Madam Speaker? And I hear the honourable member that it represents 1.something%, Madam Speaker. But clearly, Madam Speaker, clearly, is this government serious about the young people of this country, Madam Speaker? I'm sorry, go ahead.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry for interruption, St. Barnabas, but I need to clarify. You are correct, 491, which represents 1.9% of our current public service, which is 25,000. And I would have gone on record on September 18th of 2024, speaking to the reformation of the public service that we have engaged since day one, which speaks to a hollow middle because of lack of promotions for decades, which speaks to the fact that training and proper succession planning is an issue. You see the unions that you like to quote speak about this succession planning issue. In order for us to engage proper human resources, we need training. We need institutional knowledge. We have had to bring back, some of whom have already moved on. Their contracts have expired. We have brought back senior public officials who would have retired to assist us in training and succession planning from all ministries across the service. This isn't 500 or 191 persons in one ministry. This is across the service, which would equate to maybe about 5 or 6 per ministry. Where we have found that there are issues of training and succession planning, which we're actively working on, yes, we had to bring back retired public servants. With the plan that is engaged in ensuring that training is actively engaged, that we are addressing all levels, especially where there's the hollow middle, we hope that future administrations will never have to engage retired public servants again. The fact that we had a breakdown in the human resource function of our public service for decades has to be addressed. We can't make apologies for it, but we have to fix it. We have to ensure that when we bring back senior public servants, and I can speak emphatically for the Ministry of Labor and Public Service, that we immediately join understudies to these senior public servants to be able to pour into them the institutional knowledge that they didn't, in some instances, leave behind. People argue that, oh, that's intentional. They don't pour in because they want to be able to come back. Well, we're fixing that. There is now a structured plan that these senior civil servants have to ensure that the information, the knowledge is passed on, and as we bring up simultaneously persons in the service so that we could fix this problem once and for all. I support fixing the problem. Where we address the issue of youth hiring, our recent statistics show that our youth hiring has decreased. Our youth unemployment rate has decreased. Right now in the Department of Labor, we have over 200 job opportunities available. I encourage any young people in the country who are looking for employment to visit the Bahamas Department of Labor, log on to the Job Seekers Skills Bank. There are a number of opportunities. You don't need to apply for one position. You can apply for as many as you like, and your resume will be shopped to these various employers. We don't have an unemployment issue. We have a skills issue. How are we addressing that? Through training. The National Youth Guard, our Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute, our technical, I'm giving you the response. Where there is unemployment, we have to ensure that the skill sets match the jobs that are available. This is human resource 101. And this is how we're making it happen. But unfortunately, at this time, we have had to engage senior public servants. I have received from 2 ministries already succession plans that address the issue of us having to bring back senior civil servants. Unfortunately, in the past, it was not engaged. But as the Minister of Labor and Public Service with a strong background in human resources, we are fixing the problem.
So, thank you, Honourable Member. You may proceed, Mr. Manvers.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Golden Gates for that response, Madam Speaker, and even conceding, Madam Speaker, that we know the challenges that the public service has been facing for decades, and we appreciate that. But, Madam Speaker, the fact that the government has brought back 500 retirees, 500, 490, 500, payment people say 500, all right, 491, 500, nearly 500, that's better? That's better? Okay, good. Nearly 500, Madam Speaker. It really points to a government as far as young people who are concerned, who are not serious, Madam Speaker, about getting the next generation and to stop this clogging at the top, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, also, Madam Speaker, in his introduction, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister said that we entered office with our nation's economy in tatters, our finances in free fall, our hospitals, schools, and communities in crisis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this line continues to be a refrain from the government that the economy was in shambles, Madam Speaker. But again, for the record, Madam Speaker, when the Progressive Liberal Party came into office, Madam Speaker, in that same year, Madam Speaker, the economy grew by 14%, Madam Speaker. Compared that to what we have now is a slowed economy, Madam Speaker, because the government has no plans about growing the economy. And all of this is connected, Madam Speaker. Right, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, Also, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister said that we are implementing our country's first comprehensive nationwide innovative energy reforms so that we can bring down the cost of businesses, bring down the cost for businesses and families, and make our energy supply cleaner and more reliable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was this government that increased electricity bills by 163%, Madam Speaker. Increased it by 163%, Madam Speaker. So the Bahamian people find it very fascinating. The government wants credit. After increasing the electricity bills, Madam Speaker, that the government wants credit for reducing the bills that they increased, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister went on, Madam Speaker. We got our country off the blacklist, and we are promoting our islands, fighting for fair climate finance, and strengthening partnerships that protect our borders, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the last point that I just wish to speak on before I get into the bill, Madam Speaker. This issue, Madam Speaker, of climate justice, Madam Speaker, and it actually is a question, and I wish the Prime Minister was here. It was a question for the government, Madam Speaker. We saw yesterday the SpaceX event, Madam Speaker, and naturally, Madam Speaker, as Bahamians heard about this event that would be happening in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and all of the agitations and promotions, if you will, of what this would bring to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and quote-unquote space tourism, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a legitimate concern, Madam Speaker, about the impact of these exercises on the environment of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a legitimate concern, Madam Speaker, about its impact because there are enough reports out there, Madam Speaker, that indicate that there's tremendous impact to the environment, Madam Speaker. And so the government that has continued to talk about how aggressive they intend to be about climate justice around the world, and I wish the Prime Minister was here, the Prime Minister who's been leading that charge. The question becomes, for a country that has said that climate justice and that the issue of climate change presents an existential threat to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but yet we have engaged in an exercise, by all accounts and all reports and scientists, that something that impacts the environment. So on one hand, we are talking about climate justice, Madam Speaker. Let me finish. On one hand, Madam Speaker, we are talking about climate justice, Madam Speaker. But then on the other hand, even if we can see the benefits of this exercise and this program and the 20 rockets would come in, right? Its benefit to the tourism product. The question is, what are we sacrificing? What are we sacrificing for being involved in such a partnership, Madam Speaker, when we have said that climate change presents an existential threat to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but now we are complicit, some may say, complicit now in the very same act that we say cause a threat to our people.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister stated that he doesn't have to be here. The member for St. Barnabas would have us stop airlift to the Bahamas because airlines emit carbon, which affects the environment. And so while we would push for more stopover arrivals by aircraft, to use his logic, we should not be doing that. There's nothing to suggest that SpaceX will launch any fewer rockets. If he'd paid attention to the SpaceX model, instead of having throwaway rocket boosters, they reuse them. And so that in and of itself is a climate resilient event. The study was done, and before it was engaged, the member for Zuma and Nugget Island made it clear that this has been worked on for 2 years by a young Bahamian woman. We heard talks about bringing back retirees, and I guess every policeman who retired at 55, they don't want to work again. And every Defense Force Marine who retires at 45, they don't want them to work again. But 2026 is coming, and they will know who do not want them to work again. But insofar as climate resilience, the seriousness of that to the Bahamas, that goes without speaking. And the SpaceX recovery was a matter that the environmental impact was done. The platform is one that's reusable, and so itself isn't a throwaway item where you then have to use carbon emissions to create a new booster. And so, Madam Speaker, if one would have heard the talented young Bahamians who are involved in this program and the monies that are going to the ministry, well, the University of the Bahamas to encourage STEM education in this country, the two positions taken by St. Barnabas really are incongruous.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, and I mean this comment with no malice, Madam Speaker, and no insult to the member. I know the member is a KC, and I didn't know, Madam Speaker, that he was a rocket scientist, Madam Speaker. You are? Oh, wow, okay, that's good to know. Madam Speaker, first of all, Madam Speaker, the honourable member talked about environmental assessment. Madam Speaker, we need some clarity on that, because to this point, there's been no clarity. There's been no real information and proper transparency as it relates to this relationship and the partnership, and what potential fallout, and what happens if, God forbid, there's a catastrophe, Madam Speaker. There's been nothing in that regard, Madam Speaker. It seems that the government just want the Bahamian people to be happy that there's some rockets going over the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and that the Bahamas will be on the news from time to time that these rockets are landing in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But there's been no real transparency on this issue, not on the environmental part, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, SpaceX repeatedly polluted waters in Texas this year, regulators found, Madam Speaker. New report highlights SpaceX's skyrocketing pollution problem, Madam Speaker. Debris blast from SpaceX rocket launches faces environmental scrutiny, Madam Speaker. These are from U.S. internet magazines, Madam Speaker. And of course, Bahamian whale scientists disappointed in lack of consultation prior to SpaceX booster landing, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, there is legitimate concern, Madam Speaker, and we would recommend to the government that you address these concerns on behalf of the Bahamian people. Because even last night, as Bahamians were talking about what they were experiencing, they had legitimate questions. People in Eleuthera were talking about, of course, the sonic boom, and it felt like an earthquake and so forth. My point is that the Bahamian people have legitimate concerns about this, Madam Speaker, and the reality, Madam Speaker, as I turn to the bill at hand, Madam Speaker. What's the point, Madam Speaker?
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamacraw.
Madam Speaker, the member has a habit of exaggerating many things and then bringing them to the House and on the floor of the House in terms that would suggest he doesn't really know, but he is throwing it out there. If he asserts that there's environmental issues, that there was indeed something that caused a tremor, felt like an earthquake, he should do his research to find out if it's true. His job is not to come in the House and say that people saying there's an earthquake, and these are real sensationalist. These are real sensationalist terms that are dangerous to throw out in the public. And the reckless behavior of St. Barnabas, and he's using terms about talking garbage. I'm on my feet on behalf of Yamacraw as he is on behalf of St. Barnabas. And they may not like what I say, but I present facts as they are. The member is out of order. by asserting that what he has heard has some truth without doing his research. Then he asked the member if he is a rocket scientist, but he brought up the matter of certain levels of truth. Added to that, Madam Speaker, the SpaceX launch was to put satellites in the sky. And satellites, the same satellites that determine our forests, that determine fires, that determines the mapping of all our geography, are those satellites that are put in the sky. The level of technology that they're putting up, they're very clear on why the launch was done. So to put this level of uncertainty out there when we were clear our environmental impact was done, and the studies were done, he might not have been satisfied, but a certificate was granted by our environmentalists. And unless the member has something else that he can offer that opposes that, he should withdraw or refrain from these. This run. This is untrue. Have some integrity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I expressed just now the concerns that some Bahamians, many Bahamians have. I expressed in a descriptive way, Madam Speaker, how a Bahamian citizen expressed what they were experiencing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you sure you was a teacher? Because obviously you ain't understand English. Madam Speaker, it's a legitimate concern. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, there's no point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member said that I must have integrity. I didn't get all in my feelings, Madam Speaker. I didn't get all in my feelings, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I call for the member to withdraw his personal statement and attack on me. There's derogatory statement about me being a teacher. See, we could go into each other's personal lives, you know. And I've asked them to refrain from the personal attacks. If they don't like what I say, they have the same level of education or better, but don't challenge what level of education or if my profession was this and that. We could go to your profession too, you know. We could go to your former profession too. McDonald's, don't do it. Withdraw.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Members.
Madam Speaker, first of all, Madam Speaker, you know, I ain't thin-skinned, Madam Speaker, right? I'm not thin-skinned at all, Madam Speaker. So the member prior to me standing up talked about the integrity, Madam Speaker, right? The member's too sensitive. I made a point, and if he wants to continue to be sensitive, Madam Speaker, and if the member wants to talk, Madam Speaker, if the honourable member, Madam Speaker, if the honourable member, I don't know what the honourable member, what he thought he was saying when I was a marketing executive for a company called, Madam Speaker, a marketing executive for a great company here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud, Madam Speaker, of my time in corporate Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Very proud, Madam Speaker. You know? So, Madam Speaker, the member just needs not... Madam Speaker, I'm not sitting down, because he's doing for more now. He's doing for more, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I simply said, Madam Speaker, I'm not yielding, Madam Speaker. The member keeps on getting up. When the member said that I need to show integrity, I didn't get into all my feelings, Madam Speaker. The member is just being overly sensitive. You know what I mean? I have a good relationship with the member. He's doing for more now, Madam Speaker. He really is doing for more. He's doing for more, Madam Speaker.
Members.
I didn't launch. Madam Speaker, let me just say this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, since I've been in this Parliament from 2017, I have never leveled any personal attack on any member, Madam Speaker, because I am diligent about that aspect of what we do. No personal attack, Madam Speaker. But if the member is sensitive, his sensitivity is not my problem, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes
the member, the truth is not in St. Barnabas. But Madam Speaker, there's an environmental, yes. Yeah, you did physical damage. We'll get to that. Madam Speaker, The Department of... I'm on my feet though. You're not even. I on a point of order. I don't know what the member. The member,
Members,
Madam Speaker, I am providing information. The Department of Environmental Planning and Protection has released information that they will make public, the environmental impact report for the public's viewing today. And that is to the point of what the member for St. Barnabas was saying.
honorable member, there was already a member on his feet with a point of order. I will address that. Just give me a moment. He just finished his point of order. There was already a member on his feet. Thank you very much. I will expunge from the record 3 things. The honorable member for St. Barnabas indicated that the member for Yamacoa was speaking garbage. I will have that expunged from the record. I will also expunge from the record the comment about integrity, and I will also expunge from the record, well, several other things. The member spoke about the past history of employment for the member for Yamacoa. And in fairness, I will expunge that. Yamacoa, you also spoke about the past member working at McDonald's. I will expunge that. And I also... I will also expunge from the record the fact that the member indicated that physical damage. So members, petty politics today should be something that is thrown in the garbage. Stop it. Stop it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Huh? Yeah, let's just go. Let me get everything up. Yeah, okay.
Madam Speaker, it's now by my clock 12:57, and so I would move the member for St. Barnabas says he has about 15 minutes more.
He spent 15 rowing.
And so I moved that the House to sit beyond the 1 p.m. hour.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for standing. The business of this, the motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond 1 p.m. hour. You know you just opposed, right? Yeah. Thank you very much. But anyway,
thank you, Madam
the chair
Speaker.
recognizes the honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me just say again for the record, as I close on this issue with the member for Yamacoa, again, Madam Speaker, Leave Yamacoa alone. Speak to the bill. Madam Speaker, this is my contribution. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I say again, Madam Speaker, that this member is very proud of my time in corporate Bahamas as a marketing executive. Continue to be very proud, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, on this issue, Madam Speaker, of the rocket launch, as I wrap that up, Madam Speaker, on the rocket launch, Madam Speaker, the reality of it is, Madam Speaker, besides the environmental concerns and the concerns, Madam Speaker, that the government has not been transparent in that regard, Madam Speaker, the rocket landed, Madam Speaker, and the Bahamian people are still dealing with the issues. The rocket landed in Exuma, and Exuma still need a fire truck, Madam Speaker. The rocket landed and went over Eleuthera, Madam Speaker, and the people still dealing with power outages, Madam Speaker, and water. So the point is, Madam Speaker, that as much as this government, Madam Speaker, uses that exercise yesterday, there's still legitimate questions on behalf of the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, now as I turn to the bill, Madam Speaker, there was also a comment, Madam Speaker, about December 4, 2024, Madam Speaker, when myself and the opposition, we took a stance, Madam Speaker, and I'm not going to belabor this, Madam Speaker, and I've only decided to make a comment on this because it was commented earlier, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
I believe that matter was referred to the Committee on Privilege. And as a result, I do believe the rules prevent discussions of matters that are before the committee.
That is correct.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister Madam Speaker, in his introduction referenced that, Madam Speaker. So I have an obligation, Madam Speaker. I have an obligation to respond. And I won't be long, Madam Speaker, because I don't want to belabor it. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, whether it's myself, Madam Speaker, on that day, or this entire opposition, we stand in judgment of the Bahamian people and Almighty God, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if we had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to stand up for the Bahamian people like we did that day, we felt, we would do it again, Madam Speaker. And that's all I would say, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. This debate, Madam Speaker, on these two very important bills, Madam Speaker, cannot be had, Madam Speaker, in my humble view, Madam Speaker, without the backdrop of what has happened most recently, Madam Speaker, and the Prime Minister referenced it in his speech, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that this is vitally important as we talk about these two bills, Madam Speaker, because as we attempt to respond, the government attempts to respond, and this Parliament attempts to respond to the issues that continue to plague us, but in this case where we feel that we are in a clarifying moment and know that the Bahamian people demand a response from us, Madam Speaker, it is important that the Bahamian people see and feel that our response is adequate, is efficient, and is addressing the issue in a substantive and real way, particularly from a legislative standpoint. And Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the fact that every bill can be made better, and that no bill is perfect, Madam Speaker, we believe that we owe the Bahamian people our due diligence to make it as best as we can make it, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, we do have suggestions and recommendations, Madam Speaker, that we wish to put forward for the consideration, Madam Speaker, and we feel that they are very important considerations for this government to keep in mind as it relates to this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his address to this Parliament, Madam Speaker, really emphasized where we were at in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas related to recent incidents, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister, in his speech, Madam Speaker, talked about the revelation and that strikes at the core of who we are as a nation as it relates to the indictments. He said it's not just a failure of duty, it is a violation of the Bahamian people's trust. These actions not only threaten and endanger our citizens, but have also tarnished our nation's reputation. In light of these serious allegations, I want to assure this House and the Bahamian people that my government will act swiftly and decisively, Madam Speaker. We are going to use every resource and consider every option so that Bahamians can trust those who take an oath to protect them. This is essential. Everything is on the table. We will have change, we will have reform, and we will have action, Madam Speaker. The tree will be shaken until every bad apple falls. To those who believe they can outsmart the systems of justice and intelligence, let this serve as a clear and stern warning. The days of operating in the shadows are over. You will be found and you will be held accountable. The Bahamian people have the right to be angry. They have a right to feel betrayed. When those sworn to protect and serve our nation instead choose to exploit their positions for personal gain, it undermines the very fabric of trust that holds our society together. All options are on the table to rebuild trust and restore confidence in our law enforcement agencies. The Bahamian people deserve institutions they can depend, led by individuals who uphold the highest standards of integrity and accountability. Bahamians deserve a police force they can trust. Let us make no mistake, the Prime Minister continues, The anger of the Bahamian people is not just justified, it is a call to action, and we will answer the call. We are at a critical juncture in our nation's history, a moment of accountability. The misconduct of a few must not and will not define the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thought it was important to read that again to emphasize the point where we find ourselves, Madam Speaker. And it's very important, Madam Speaker, that as we bring these bills to Parliament, that we are not just simply in the eyes of Bahamians just putting paper, but ensuring that these bills meet the standards in terms of the response to where we are at, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like so many Bahamians, Madam Speaker, so many Bahamians, I too, and I've said this on a number of occasions, have talked about family members who were members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, specifically being my grandfather, my uncle, and my stepfather, who's been in my life for some 42 years. And so we all know the sacrifices, the contributions that members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, both men and women, make to securing the Bahamian people and securing the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So this discussion about how do we ensure the integrity of our armed forces through these pieces of legislation. We do it knowing full well that the vast majority of members of the armed forces are diligent, are dutiful, are men and women of integrity, Madam Speaker. But even they themselves don't want the few to determine the label that's put, a label to be put on the majority. And so we offer this discussion today, obviously, and the recommendations that we will bring and our thoughts today, Madam Speaker, actually in support of our armed forces and the organizations that they represent, Madam Speaker. These historic organizations that take a full part of the uniform branches, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill itself, Madam Speaker, the member for East Grand Bahama had mentioned it before we took a break about Section 4, Madam Speaker, of the Protected Disclosures Bill, Madam Speaker, where it says, application of the act shall apply to a disclosure made after the commencement of this act, notwithstanding that the conduct to which the disclosure relates before the commencement of the act, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so there is a concern, Madam Speaker, that why aren't we going back? Why are we doing this once the act commences, Madam Speaker? And Part B, as was said, shall not apply to an incident to which the Independent Commission of Investigations Act 2025 applies. And that was the matter that the member for East Grand Bahama brought on our behalf. And so we feel it is something that needs to be addressed. And hopefully the member for Freetown,
Madam Speaker, the chair recognizes.
If I could, the first one is easy to address. 4A says that it actually applies to conduct that happened before the commencement of the act. But of course, it can only apply to disclosures after the act. So you can complain about things that happened 5 years ago if you have the material, or before September 2021.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
And would the Honourable Member be so kind as to, how far back, and would the Honourable Member be so kind as to address the issue that East Grand Bahama brought on our behalf?
I did raise with East Grand Bahama the scheme as we saw it. I undertook from him to him to have further conversations with the relevant persons over the lunch break.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, and so there are a few recommendations, Madam Speaker, considerations we wish the government to take, Madam Speaker, to add to the bill to include functions such as receiving and recording declarations, statements of registrable interest, and reports of gifts from public officials, verifying the accuracy of these documents, investigating corruption and code of conduct violations, educating the public on corruption. Additionally, Madam Speaker, from the Integrity Commission Bill 2017 to establish a code of conduct. This code should set ethical standards for security forces and specified officials, covering areas like conflicts of interest, use of public resources, acceptance of gifts, confidentiality, and behavior standards, Madam Speaker. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we ask the government to include the contravention of this code as a matter that the Commission can investigate. Also, Madam Speaker, to include financial disclosure requirements for specified officials and members of the security forces, mirroring, Madam Speaker, sections in Part 5 of the Integrity Commission Bill 2017. Also, Madam Speaker, to add to the bill for declarations of income, assets, and liabilities, statements of registrable interests, and declarations of gifts, similar to the forms in the 4th schedule of the Integrity Commission Bill 2017. Enhancing transparency and reporting, Madam Speaker, to include, Madam Speaker, in the bill details about the number of declarations received, investigated, code of conduct violations found, and actions taken. And, Madam Speaker, to add, Madam Speaker, to that section that allows the Commission to publish statements related to individuals who fail to file declarations. Madam Speaker, we also, in our consultative process, Madam Speaker, would have noted, Madam Speaker, the views of the Bahamas Bar Association, Madam Speaker, and their suggestion, particularly about the composition of the Commission, Madam Speaker. 1A, a chairman who shall be a former judge of the Supreme Court, an attorney at law of 15 years, standing at the bar, or a former chief magistrate, appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister. One member appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister. C, one member appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Leader of the Opposition. D, an attorney at law appointed by the Governor General on the recommendation of the Bahamas Bar Association. E, a chartered or certified accountant appointed by the Governor General on the recommendation of the Bahamas Institute of Chartered Accountants, or like body, however described. The Prime Minister shall consult with the Leader of the Opposition before tendering any advice under subsection 1A. Disqualification from membership. Members appointed pursuant to subsection 1B, C, D, and E shall be persons of high public standing and reputation for personal integrity, with respect to whose appointment the Governor General shall also have the advice of the Judicial and Legal Service Commission. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, other recommendations: prosecutorial powers for commission independent of the DPP, and, Madam Speaker, expansion of incident category to include broad-based corruption and misconduct over and above the criminal provisions cited, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we feel that they would go a long way, Madam Speaker, in strengthening the bill, Madam Speaker. The Bahamian people have been demanding an adequate response, Madam Speaker, and again, not just a response to standard of responding, but one, again, notwithstanding that a bill can always be better, Madam Speaker. But surely if we know that there are ways to improve it right now, even though there might be opportunities in the future as we take a look at things and as things change, and as we apply this bill, that there might be changes in the future, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, there is a constant refrain on behalf of the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, that, Madam Speaker, I'm completing right now. There is a constant refrain from the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, that often many bills are passed, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister had reference to anti-gang laws, Madam Speaker. We don't recall one person who has been prosecuted for that, Madam Speaker. And if there is, we'd like the government to tell us, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, and lastly, Madam Speaker, these are so important, Madam Speaker, because there is a feeling out there that the man on the street, Madam Speaker, that there's a disparity between the justice for the man on the street and the man in the office to speak, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you very, very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini?
Madam Speaker, I would move at this point for the suspension to 3 p.m. Second.
Thank you, Honourable Members.
Oh, it's 3:30, Madam Speaker. I'm just looking at the time. If you might.
3:30. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honourable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended until 3:30 p.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House stands suspended until 3:30 p.m.
All right.
A blessed good morning, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, today I'll be sharing a message entitled, Be Careful Who You Trust. One of the biggest mistakes you can ever make in life is trusting the wrong people. I've come to discover that people are very fickle and can change on you in the blink of an eye. In addition to being fickle, many people are very selfish, disingenuous, pretentious, two-faced, vile, and some people are flat out wicked. There are some who will smile with you in 1 minute, and the next minute they are ready to destroy you. Oh, how I've learned this lesson so many times in my life. Some people are good at masking who they are until there is a level of friction in the relationship. As long as things are good, you rarely get to know and see who they are. But as soon as something happens that doesn't favor them, their true colors will show. I recall a brief story in the book of 1 Samuel chapter 30, when David and his men had just returned from war. The Bible says they came to Ziklag. When they got to the city was burned with fire. Their wives, their sons, their daughters were taken. David and all the people that were with him lifted up their voice and they wept until they had no more power to weep. David's wives and everyone was taken captive. And the Bible says in verse 6 that David was greatly distressed. He was stressed right out. Watch this. For the people spake of stoning him, because the souls of all the people was grieved, every man for his son and for his daughters. But David encouraged himself in the Lord his God. It's important to note that these men who sought to stone David, in just a few days prior to returning home, they was to war with him. They were a part of his team. They were in his camp. They ate from his pot. They drank from the same cistern. They were his confidants. Now the same people who was with him was now ready to stone him. The lesson in this story is anyone can turn on you at any time. So be careful who you trust. You have to be like David. When those closest to you turn on you, you better know the Lord so you can encourage yourself in him. I leave you with this final thought today. Not everyone who is with you is for you. The arms of flesh will fail you, and you dare not trust your own. A word to the wise is sufficient indeed. Selah, think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for life. We thank you for health. We thank you for strength. Lord, today we lift up a covering over our great nation. Father, you know the many woes that we are experiencing. You know our deficiencies, our dysfunctions. And so we humbly ask you today to please intervene on our behalf. We ask that you would cause peace and tranquility to prevail over our land. We cover today our law enforcement agencies and ask that you would keep them from harm and danger. Protect them, Almighty God, as they carry out their duties. And now, Father, we pray for our political leaders. And we ask, Almighty God, that you would grant them the wisdom, the courage, the grit, the willpower to make the tough decisions that is needed to restore peace to our land. We pray for our great nation today and ask for your guidance and your protection. Almighty God, bless the proceedings of this house today and continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And all of God's people say, amen. Let us repeat the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable members, before we take our seat, I'm going to ask the honorable member for South Andrews to lead us in a song along with Fox Hill. Lead me and guide me, oh Lord. Lead me,
Guide me along the way. For if you lead me, I cannot stray. Lord, let me walk each day with thee. Lead me, O Lord, lead me. Amen.
Thank you, honorable members.
Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Vaughn Miller, Jobeth Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Boleg, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Maz LaRoda, Pia Glover Rowe, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightbourne, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Marcus Roll, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightbourne, Leslie Miller Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Michael Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Quasi Thompson, Aram Lewis, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White, Kingsley Smith.
Honorable members, we have an audit from the Auditor General. 2 audits. Audit of the Bahamas Embassy Consulate, Annex, Washington, D.C., and the audit of the Bahamas Embassy, Washington, D.C. Order that the documents to lie on the table. Communications by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fox Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On the 22nd of January 2025, at members' statements, the member for St. Anne's made certain statements alleging by innuendo improper financial expenditure by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I've received a transcript, and here is what he said in part. My constituents should know that between 2022 and 23, the government has spent over $400,000 just to provide vehicles to the Bahamas Embassy in Washington, D.C. alone. He then listed the cars, and amongst them were BMWs. He continued, and I quote, "In tough times, while we can't get fire trucks on the island," he meant Grand Bahama, "it has been 3 years, and we have over 300,000 US dollar price BMWs up in DC to be driving around VIPs. First, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Grand Bahama was never without the ability to fight fires, and in speaking myself at the material time to the department in Grand Bahama, the officials there pronounced themselves satisfied at all times that they had the ability to meet any fire emergency. In any case, they now have a fully functioning fire truck today. But as a result of the comments of the member for St. Anne's, the press ran a story saying in its headline that the member had criticized, and I quote, the purchase of BMWs for $300,000. The only problem is that isn't what the member for St. Anne's said, but what he said was so juxtaposed in language as to precisely cause the press error and thereby inflict political damage through inaccuracy. The embassy in Washington, D.C. has not purchased any BMW cars. I am advised and verily believe the embassy is using the same leasing company and leasing arrangements that the F&M's ambassador Sidney Colley used when he served in Washington for 4 years. The terms and use of the cars have not changed. I am advised and verily believe there is no difference in this matter between when the F&M was in power and now the PLP. The member then could well have said that these BMWs were used to ferry the F&M's ambassadors and VIPs during the height of the COVID epidemic when the country had extreme money problems and the F&M was in power. Times were even tougher then, but the F&M kept the cars. What is sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to, with my colleagues, extend condolences to the member of St. Anne's on the passing of his father, and just ask that we all keep their family in prayer. Mr. Deputy, I'm certain the member for St. Anne's would be more than happy once he's gone through this difficult period to respond to comments made. I would only say on behalf of my colleagues here in Grand Bahama that we believe it is a complete mischaracterization about the state of affairs in Grand Bahama as it relates to fire. Tremendous amount of anxiety have been suffered and continue to be suffered by residents in Grand Bahama because of the fires. And so again, for any member to come to come in the House and give the impression that we are not at risk in Grand Bahama, that things are under control in Grand Bahama, that any official could be satisfied. We have spoken to reserve police officers, as well as officers and other officials, residents in Grand Bahama who we represent. And they are anxiety-stricken, and they know that the state of affairs is not acceptable as it relates to fire trucks. So it is shameful for any member to come in this House who don't live in Grand Bahama to talk nonsense about being satisfied about the state of affairs in Grand Bahama. He does not live there, and clearly is not in touch with the suffering of the people of Grand Bahama.
Thank you.
And it is shameful.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fox Hill.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I said nothing about risk, and I said nothing about anxiety. I didn't say any of those things. And what I said was that I spoke to the officials, and at no time did they feel they did not have the capacity to deal with the fires. People's anxiety and risk, that's a different issue. You're always mixing apples and oranges, and oranges. So at this point in time, that is the position with regard to firefighting in Grand Bahama. Right, okay.
Thank you.
So, secondly, the issue is that this is communications, not time for spewing arguments. Not time for spewing arguments. I simply answered a narrow point. A narrow point. The member for Parliament misrepresented what it transpires with the embassies in Washington. Say? No, I'm not going to make him withdraw nothing because no. Yeah.
Order,
no.
members.
The problem is the member for St. Anne's was clever enough not to say it directly. So it's by innuendo, but it has to be, the record has to be set straight. And that's all this is. Now, mixing up all this other foolishness about risk and anxiety. Typical smoke and mirrorsness. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors.
Members.
Smoke and mirrors. I have. And forest fires.
Members.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, forest fires are an annual event in Grand Bahama. Forest fires are an annual event in Grand Bahama. Forest fires are an annual event in Grand Bahama. Forest fires are an annual event in Grand Bahama. Forest fires are an annual event in Grand Bahama. Small
Members.
No, I called what you said foolishness. And I say it again. What you said was bloody foolishness. What you said is bloody foolishness. Foolishness.
All right, order.
Annually forest fires. Annual forest fires.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
Fire
Freetown.
department is equipped. No, you made the mistake.
Order, members.
Mr. Speaker.
You made the mistake. You made the mistake.
Honourable member for Fox Hill and member for Marco City.
Rubbish. Sit down. Sit down.
The-
Sit down and shut up. Sit down.
Members.
Not say that.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
I did not say that. I did not say that. Don't come here with that. Don't come here with that. Sit down and shut up talking foolishness all the time. Always mixing up apples and oranges. Trying to change the story, your ineptitude as the leader of the opposition. You need to go as leader of the
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You need to go.
Point of order.
Honourable. Member, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stood initially on the point of order that Fox Hill raised. Quite often it is suggested in here that it is customary to speak whatever you want, whenever you want. Those are not the rules. Fox Hill has had an exposition on that. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand bearing in mind the communication from Marco City to express condolences to St. Anne's, who, as he had said, did work with me for a while, and through that I got to meet his father. And so I know their relationship, and so just publicly, I would like him to know that certainly my prayers are with him for this time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have this phenomena where when Marco City and the 4 other persons were in the chair for Grand Bahama, and after Dorian and all the engines were under salt water, they took no steps to order even one fire truck. And this administration, this administration is ordering 15. And because
Order,
of
members, order.
supply chains,
Order, members.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Order, members. Members.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of the shouting and the record would show, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that once we came in order, we placed an order for them, and we've received 3 so far. And because of supply chains, as Foxhill says, we are now going to be waiting for the balance. We did in 20 months what they didn't do in 4.5 years. They ordered none, absolutely none, took delivery of none, and now they make noise. Now they make noise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we delivered 3 and are delivering more. The party of none is complaining about the party who is doing something.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama. Members, when East Grand Bahama is finished, we're going to stick to the agenda and communications by ministers. We all have a chance to speak further down in the agenda. Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, it is sad that we have, from ministers' communication, which are supposed to be non-controversial matters, that it is now escalated to this point. But, Mr. Deputy, we have to correct the record on this. The Progressive Liberal Party has been in power for 3 years. And for 3 years, those officials from the Royal Bahamas Police Force Fire Branch have been asking, they have been writing, they have been asking this government to repair those vehicles. And there are 5 vehicles there. 5. And they have allowed all of those vehicles to go unrepaired, except the responsibility for the 3 years that you were in office. And you did nothing. Accept that responsibility. Don't put that on the Free National Movement. You were in office for more than sufficient time to put that there. And the part, Mr. Deputy, I am advised, is a $20,000 part. That could have been done. There are sufficient funds in any budget. We came here 3 times, Mr. Deputy. 3 times we came here and we passed a budget. We provided sufficient funding for the fire branch in Grand Bahama. So why is it that for 3 years, they have gone neglected?
Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for East Grand Bahama, if he spoke to anyone in the fire branch, would know that we have been repairing these engines for 3 years straight. For 3 years straight. And while we were repairing them, we're taking steps to replace them, which should have been done in 2019 when they were all underwater. And so we've repaired them for 3 years, and we're now replacing them, something that we should have done. You can't have 5 members for Grand Bahama, do nothing to help Grand Bahama, and then come here and cry. And come here and cry. You did nothing. You did nothing. You did nothing. You did
All right, thank you.
nothing.
Thank you, members.
You did.
Order that the documents to lie on the table. Further communications by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Mr. Deputy, also, before I make my contribution, I too joined the
Order,
member.
members.
I too joined the member for Freetown in wishing the honorable member for St. Anne's condolences and prayers. Having lost my father in 2019, I too know that loss, and may his soul rest in peace. Mr. Deputy, on the 22nd of January, there were, among other things, statement made with regards to the trip of ZNS employees and managers to Washington, D.C., and the cost of some $200,000 that was claimed to have been made by the member for St. Anne's. Also on the 22nd, I gave an undertaking to this House to get the facts as it related to the said trip. I tasked the executive chairman and the general manager of the Broadcasting Corporation to provide me with an account, a detailed account of the associated costs. This report was also placed on the website for the Broadcasting Corporation, but I think it's important to read into the minutes of the House of Assembly that account. And it so reads, dated for the 29th of January. The Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas wishes to address recent comments regarding ZNS's coverage of President Trump's inauguration in Washington, D.C. Assertions that the trip cost over $200,000 are categorically false and misleading. The total cost of the mission was $20,757.29 for a 9-member team. Additionally, sponsorships totaling $32,500 were secured, resulting in a net revenue of just under $12,500 for the corporation. This trip was approved by the chairman of the BCB on behalf of the board. The ZNS team, upon invitation from our ministry, delivered extensive news coverage across all platforms, including live broadcasts and interviews with key figures such as the Bahamas Ambassador Wendell Jones, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, South Carolina State Senator Kent Williams, Armstrong Williams, Bahamas Ambassador to the OAS Chet Nemor, and Austin Cooper. These interviews and discussions, primarily conducted in person, focus on the implication of a Trump presidency for the Bahamas and critical topics such as climate change, migration, and economics. The coverage, which was partially organized by our ministry, also highlighted the achievements of the outstanding Bahamians in the diaspora and who was volunteering during the inauguration. ZNS collaborated with the Bahamas Embassy in Washington to address significant issues and showcase Bahamian contributions abroad. The event served as a training and professional development opportunity for ZNS staff, further strengthening the corporation's capabilities in delivering high-quality news coverage. It is important to clarify that all expenses were covered by sponsorship. Claims suggesting otherwise are not only inaccurate, but disregard the corporation's ongoing efforts to secure partnerships and manage operational costs effectively. Early planning allowed the team to minimize costs, such as securing airline tickets and utilizing cost-effective accommodations and transportation. ZNS has a mandate to cover stories that matter to Bahamians, whether within our borders or internationally. This mission exemplified the corporation's commitment to keeping the public informed while fostering growth and exposure for its staff. The success of the initiative underscores ZNS's ability to operate efficiently and generate revenue through strategic partnerships, even as it fulfills its duty to provide world-class coverage.
Special thanks to the Ministry of Social Services, Information and Broadcasting. In particular, consultant Debbie Bartlett for the invitation and for helping to facilitate important contacts. Suggestions that the trip was wasteful or excessive are unfounded and fail to recognize the value of such initiatives in advancing ZNS's mission. As the Bahamas national broadcaster, ZNS will continue to deliver on its mandate to inform, educate, and connect Bahamians to the world. Please see the breakdown of sponsors and list as follows. Pardon me? Mr. Deputy, considering the climate that we're in, I would prefer not to call out these individuals who would have acted in good faith.
And I appreciate that, Pinewood.
Expenses are as follows, Mr. Deputy. Airline tickets on American Airlines were a total of $3,222.99. A&B accommodation was $7,394.30, and that is for 5 nights plus taxes for an 8-room Airbnb. Alamo rental for 2 vehicles, $1,700, and per diem of $7,440, $100 a day, and $20 a day for line staff, $135 for managers, pay executives, $250. Miscellaneous expenses were $1,000, for which included baggage, parking, and equipment. And the total expenses, $20,757.29, and the net profit from this venture was $11,742.71, Mr. Deputy. Okay. Mr. Deputy, for the sensitivity, I would
Order that the communications be brought up. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the communications do lie on the table. Further communications by ministers? Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, we have in the gallery 3 young men, and they are from my old alma mater, Mary Star of the Sea School, but I will allow the member from Marco City to make the introductions, as Mary Star is in Marco City's constituency. So, Mr. Deputy, I'll turn it over to the member.
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy and member for East Grand Bahama. We are very much pleased to have with us this morning 3 outstanding students who are here for the Catholic School Spelling Bee. We have Mr. Matt Alcala, along with Mr. Reese Ingram and Mr. David Francis. And we want to recognize them. And some of the persons who are accompanying them today is Mrs. Shimon Cambridge, who is their instructor, and of course, Ms. Johnson, who is the principal of the school and doing an amazing job. And all of the others who are here supporting them, please stand so that we may. Oh, Rashima, Ms. Rashima Ingram is also here, and Matt's mom is also here. So congratulations to all of you, and we wish you well in the upcoming competition.
The Chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I feel compelled to stand to congratulate the three young men, particularly with what we see in education, where usually the females excel. It is refreshing to see three young men representing their school.
Thank you, honorable member. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of 5 documents, the first being the Registrar of Companies Act 2024, appointed day notice 2025.
Order that the documents be brought up. Order that the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents by ministers.
The second document is the
Mr. Forbes.
Registrar of Records Act 2024, appointed day notice 2025.
Order that the documents be brought up. Order that the documents do lie on the table.
The third document, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the Patents Act 2024, appointed day notice 2025.
Order that the documents do lie on the table.
The fourth document is the Trademarks Act 2024, appointed day notice 2025.
Order that the documents be brought up. Order that the documents do lie on the table.
The final document is the Copyright Act 2024, appointed day notice 2025.
Order that the documents be brought up. See that, Mr. Forbes? Order that the documents do lie on the table. Further laying of documents by ministers.
No further laying of
Thank you, honorable member. Statements and communications by ministers. No. Message from the Governor General. Message from the Senate. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign, seat, and new writs. Presentations of petitions. Presentations of reports of committees. Adoption of reports of committees. First reading of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg leave to have read for the first time a bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigations into allegations of participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials, to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the commission, and for offenses.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that a bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigations into allegations of participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials, to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the commission and for connected matters. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a first time and table.
A bill for an act to constitute an independent commission to conduct investigations into allegations of participation in serious breaches of the law by members of the security forces and specified public officials, to provide for the functions, powers, organization, and management of the commission and for connected matters.
Further first readings?
No further first reading.
Thank you, honorable member. Second reading and committal of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Where's the current agenda? Could I have the current agenda, please? rise to initiate the second reading and passing of a compendium of bills relating to the movable property security interest bill, which will be the
Honorable Member, can you read the long title of the bill, please?
I'm trying to find the bill now. Yeah. I know, but I see, yeah. Okay, I got it, yeah. I have it, okay, yeah. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise for the second reading and passing of a compendium of bills which I invite Parliament to debate singularly, with the lead principal bill being a bill for an act to modernize the law governing transactions in movable property security interests. The other bills that I invite us to include in the compendium, which are all related, and these bills are, in fact, consequential amendments to these various bills as a result of the passing and further enactment of the bill to modernize the law governing transactions in movable property. These bills would be affected. And those bills are a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Cooperative Societies Act, a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Cooperative Unions Act, a bill for an act to amend the Sale of Goods Act, a bill for an act to amend the Stamped Act, a bill for an act to amend the Money Lending Act, a bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act, a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, a bill for an act to amend the Choices in Action Act, a bill for an act to amend the Bankruptcy Act. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to ensure that everyone understands, those bills are number on the agenda are number 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, no, sorry, 85, 87, 88, and 91. 91 being the principal and overarching bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as indicated today, we have before us an opportunity to help Bahamian entrepreneurs gain access to the credit, funding, and financing they need to realize their dreams. We are opening the door for more Bahamians to secure loans and pursue success. As I indicated, there are a compendium of bills, many of which is just consequential amendments as a result of the principal bill that I will speak to later. And that is what I call the primary legislation that's before us, the Transactions in Movable Property Security Interest Bill, 2024. I think it'll be cleaner just to call it the Movable Property Security Interest Bill, 2024, and I asked the Attorney General and the Law Reform to so seek that movement during the course of the committee hearing. This bill represents, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a departure from the way loans are typically secured in our nation. Currently, the vast majority of financial institutions typically accept immovable property as a form of collateral to secure loans. Immovable property meaning land, real estate. Immovable property, of course, refers to assets, like I said, like land, buildings, and other real estate holdings. This is the way things have been for many years, many, many years. I guess I sometimes say from time immemorial. And for a majority of local businesses, this reality has made it very difficult to gain access to credit to scale up their businesses. This is especially the case for small and medium-sized enterprises, or as I call it, small and medium-sized business owners. For example, think about the mom and pop shops. The majority of these businesses don't typically own land or valuable buildings. Most of these businesses are housed through tenancy. But that doesn't mean that they have nothing of value to offer. For example, they own machinery, inventory, equipment, vehicles, accounts receivables. They may even own intellectual property that has great value. However, our antiquated system has not recognized the diverse range of assets that represent the true value held by business owners. And that's not the only problem. Access to capital has been further limited by the increasingly conservative and extremely risk-averse approach that regional banks have taken over the past several decades. Businesses too often fail to qualify for loans or qualify for much less than they really need. There's been no formal, consistent means of assessing accounts receivable as collateral for a loan, the result of which has been inconsistent outcomes and interest rates that are too high. Business owners have been told, if you want to qualify for more credit or receive lower interest rate, you should use your assets as collateral. This sounds good in theory, but the reality has been very impractical. If you don't own a movable property, like land, you will have a very hard time using your assets to secure that loan. And even if you have acceptable collateral, you often have to put collateral worth much more than the value of the loan you're getting. It's been said that the regional value average of collateral is actually 231% more than the loan value. This old way of doing business is far too limiting, especially in the era of startups and innovation. We believe in the talent of Bahamian entrepreneurs whose hard work and innovations propel change and prosperity, which is why we worked hard on policies and laws to support Bahamian progress and success. This act is part of our larger effort to change the rules and constraints which have stood in the way of a more dynamic, inclusive economy, one in which more Bahamians can realize their dreams. Madam Speaker, small and medium-sized enterprises make up approximately 90% of the businesses in our nation. When they succeed, we all succeed. Yet our country's legal and regulatory system has too often set up barriers for Bahamian businesses, constraining their success. A central bank diagnostic study confirmed what many business owners can tell you, which is that the status quo does not support the financing needs of today's entrepreneurs. Nor does the current system meet the standards of the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. There is a global consensus on what a modern pro-business lending framework looks like. Today, we are bringing our laws on par with that international standard. SMEs, small and medium business enterprises, typically don't own land, and in fact, the majority of them are tenants, and most assets held are movable property, like vehicles, machinery, stock and trade, accounts receivables. As mentioned, there is international consensus on the principles required in a legal framework conducive to a dynamic and modern lending market where movable property could be used to access finance. What this compendium of bills, I've listed them already, essentially accomplishes is the creation of a legal framework for the recognition of what we call movable property as collateral for loans. By recognizing movable property, we allow lending institutions to take into account assets beyond land and other real estate holdings. This could be in the form of valuable goods, documents of title, existing investment holdings, cash, and other instruments of value, accounts receivable, owned by an individual or group applying for a loan. So assets, like I said before, like vehicles and equipment, will now be taken into account when businesses apply for loans. Accounts receivables, as I've said, or the amount of money set to come into a business will now be properly and fairly taken into account. I will repeat that for all business owners who have been rejected for loans, even when they have been making considerable profits, they'll now be able to take advantage of this new initiative. But once this law is rolled out, the money coming into your business will now be taken into account in a standardized and fair way. Madam Deputy Speaker, not Madam, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The compendium of bills before us today strengthens our legal and regulatory framework in several ways. First of all, it provides a comprehensive approach to the governing of secure transactions involving movable property. We have the primary bill before us, which provides the overall framework, and we have 9 other bills supporting this primary bill, which all allow for movable property to be taken into account in existing laws related to the recognition of assets for bankruptcy purposes and chooses an action to facilitate the recovery of money in the court of law. These supporting bills also ensure a consistent approach for laws related to companies, including IBCs, credit unions, the sale of goods, money lending, and other related activities. The new legal framework will create consistent regulations to address movable assets, like accounts receivables, where there has previously been no formal structure in place. It also makes our approach more consistent with the suggested United Nations Commission on International Law and Trade framework, and paves the way for a modern approach to the registration of secured transactions. Our current approach to registering secured transactions is analog, outdated, and far too slow to accommodate the fast pace of 21st century business. In fact, even if we wanted to speed things up by allowing for a digital rather than analog process for registering secured transactions, our existing systems sadly cannot accommodate a digital collateral registry. So this bill paves the way for the complete digitalization of the registration process for secured transactions involving movable property to facilitate faster business decisions. So when you look at the bill, Clause 5 and 6, respectively, make provisions for the establishment of a collateral registry and the appointment of a registrar of the registry. This registry is to be kept in electronic form, providing for the registration of information in respect of movable property, security interest, by electronic means as will be prescribed by regulations. And the registry shall be responsible for the registration of security interests in movable property. The Act would apply to every transaction that creates a security interest without regard to the form of the transaction, type of movable property, status of the debtor, secured creditor, the person who owns the title to the collateral, or the nature of the secured obligation. Generally, a security interest is the interest or right in movable property created by an agreement to secure payment or other performance of an obligation which is usually evidenced by a security agreement between a debtor and secured creditor. Basically, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the recognition of movable assets combined with a digital collateral registry is a game changer for local businesses and lenders. The Movable Property Security Interest Bill 2024 will govern the ways credit is secured with movable property in the Bahamas by providing creditors with the possibility of taking an interest in the debtor's movable property. It allows for a wide range of tangible assets like inventory, equipment, livestock, and crops to be considered as collateral. Imagine the small business owners who will have doors that were once closed open now that their inventory can be recognized as collateral for a loan. Imagine the farmers who will be able to expand their operations now that livestock and crops can be registered and accepted as collateral. Of course, as I mentioned, intangible assets like accounts receivables and intellectual property will also now count as collateral. There is a future inventor somewhere in this nation who will now have doors to success open to them as they gain access to credit to turn their innovative ideas into a successful business. The process by which security interests are created and security agreements are made is fully outlined in clauses 6 to 18 of this bill, covering the full range of movable property that can be considered. It also outlines the requirements for a security agreement between a debtor and a creditor, which includes the signing of the agreements, the intent to create a security interest, identification of both parties, the identification of the collateral, the maximum amount for which the security interest may be enforced, the value of the movable property, and the rights of the debtor in relation to the collateral. The bill also covers the perfection of security interests, which outlines how a security interest is created and is effective against third parties by control, possession, or registration. Two components are necessary to render a security agreement perfected: the creation of a valid security interest and its publication, either by possession, registration, or control, as I mentioned earlier. The bill also has statutory priority rules to determine the rights among competing claims. Generally, priority will be based on the time and date of registration, and because of the streamlined efficiency that a digital collateral registry will provide, priority can be easily proven and or shown. Further down in this bill, we see the complete process for registering a property as collateral. We also have general provisions for damages due to failure to comply with the law, as well as the requirements for a creditor to provide information related to the secured agreement upon request. In the interest of transparency and to ensure that the debtor is fully informed of their obligations, Mr. Deputy Speaker, offenses pursuant to this bill will incur fines of up to $20,000 or imprisonment sentence of up to 5 years or both. And if we go down to Clause 104, this clause speaks to the overriding power of this law in relation to any conflict arising between this bill and other written laws or regulations. In such cases, the provisions of this bill will prevail. This ensures a smooth rollout of the law and makes it clear where the law stands on these matters. We are also allowing for a smooth transition for security interests created prior to the enactment of this bill. In essence, any enforceable security interest established prior to the enactment will remain enforceable during the transitional period. During that transitional period, those security interests will be required to be perfected according to the updated standards. A lot of work has gone into the creation of a bill, this bill, that is fully aligned with our local needs as well as international best practices. I want to thank the teams at Finance, the Attorney General's Office, the Central Bank, and other experts and stakeholders who have contributed to the creation of this bill. We believe we have before us a modern, comprehensive, and powerful compendium of bills that will achieve our objective of expanding access to finance for Bahamian businesses. Small and medium-sized businesses, as I mentioned before, are the lifeblood of our economy. Today, we are helping entrepreneurs to finance their plans for business startups and expansions. We are reforming a banking sector that has grown stagnant and limits rather than empowers local businesses. We are helping lenders make more informed decisions and choices so they will be more willing to give local businesses loans based on a comprehensive view of all assets and property owned. People have clamored for these changes for years to no avail. And finally, all the years of assessment, analysis, and development will now yield results for Bahamian businesses. You know, the proposed bill, as it then was incorporated into the central bank's public consultation paper, proposed legislation to modernize the secured credit transaction systems in the Bahamas. And since July 2022, the proposed bill has been under public consultation through the central bank. It was shared with the Chamber of Commerce, the Bar Association, the Clearing Bank Association, and the Bahamas Financial Services Board. What we debate here today is the result. With the many challenges faced by local businesses, this bill represents meaningful progress toward greater ease of doing business and access to credit that will be a boost to our business community. This is just another example of how we are fighting to change the status quo and deliver on our agenda to create a fairer and more prosperous Bahamas for everyone. Today, we are delivering this bill on behalf of all small and medium-sized business enterprises throughout this nation. You know, this bill is part of our wider plan to empower local businesses through expanding access to funding. It complements the tens of millions in grants and loans approved each year via the SPDC and BDB, which has helped many different business owners, including youth entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, farmers, fishers, as well as tourism entrepreneurs. But we're not stopping there. Our energy reforms will bring electricity costs down for households and businesses. We are lowering VAT on food items, and we are exploring new pathways for trade that will facilitate access to new markets to import essential goods at lower prices. These initiatives will ultimately bring savings to consumers and businesses. Our economic development plans are spurring growth, helping businesses to succeed and bringing unemployment down to its lowest levels in many, many years, more than 17. In the long term, we will transform, diversify, and expand our economy for the benefit of households and businesses at every level of our society. New laws, new policies, like the compendium before us, have a major role to play in setting up the framework for our transformation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the people of Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador, I place my full support behind these compendium of 10 bills centered on the recognition of movable property as collateral and the creation of a digital collateral registry to expand access to credit and empower Bahamian businesses. I move that these bills do pass.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Rise on behalf of the people of Exumas and Ragged Island to throw my full support behind this compendium. Let me firstly thank Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for a very comprehensive and detailed explanation as to the purpose, objectives of this compendium. And when we look at the fact that we are discussing 10 bills, it might seem heady or hefty, but this is fairly straightforward. And I am delighted to be able to speak briefly to further demystify what might at first seem like very complicated legislation. Due to the simplicity of this matter, Mr. Deputy, I foreshadow that this will be a short and straightforward debate. And I anticipate the absolute support of the other side, who I'm certain will have great appreciation for the work that we are doing to empower Bahamians. Mr. Deputy, before I proceed further, may I publicly commend every Bahamian who participated in the local government elections recently on behalf of the minister responsible, all who offered themselves as candidates, and all who voted, all who were selected to councils across the Family Islands. I truly commend their participation. This is a great way to deepen democracy and put more power in the hands of the people. Mr. Deputy, as it relates to these bills, some of what I say will frankly be repetitive to what has been said already. But in summary, we're seeking to permit Bahamians to be able to efficiently pledge movable assets, like their inventory, to banks as collateral to borrow money. It opens doors for Bahamians by revolutionizing access to credit and creating opportunities for growth and innovation. As promised in our Blueprint for Change, we're advancing policy that seek to empower Bahamians, as we have done and continue to do through the Tourism Development Corporation, the Tourism Development Fund, the Small Business Development Center, and other agencies of the government. I want to acknowledge the commendable work of the many agencies involved with bringing us to this point: the Office of the Attorney General, the Central Bank, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and others who played critical role in this forward-looking compendium. This bill has been in consultation, as the Prime Minister pointed out, for quite some time. It's been widely supported, including by the Clearing Banks Association. The efforts of all involved collectively reflect our shared goal of equipping the Bahamas with tools that foster an inclusive and thriving economy. Today, we move another step closer to fulfilling our commitment to addressing systemic challenges in our financial and business landscape. This bill is a practical tool designed to empower, as I've said. It introduces a robust framework for leveraging movable property, such as inventory, equipment, receivables, as collaterals. For far too long, traditional lending practices have overly relied on real estate as the primary means of securing loans. This, of course, has left many capable and industrious Bahamians without access to the financial support they need to expand their business or to get into business in the first place. I've had the good fortune to have been encouraged by my mother, who had wisdom to invest in real estate very early in my career, and therefore I had been the beneficiary of the boom in the economy of Exuma as a result of the development of the Four Seasons Resort. And I had been able to use the appreciated value of the land as support for buying a business. That is still generally very, very sound advice even today. But many, unfortunately, do not or did not have the luxury of that advice. And therefore, the Movable Property Security Interest Bill will help. Consider the entrepreneur running a startup. They have an excellent idea, the skills to execute it, and even a budding customer base. But they go to the bank, they don't have real estate or real collateral, as the banks would say, and therefore the door to their dreams is sometimes closed. This bill reopens the doors by enabling lenders to accept movable property as collateral in a standardized and legally secure way. Where it's a fisherman leveraging his boat in an agua, a contractor using his tools in Andros, or a small housekeeper, a shopkeeper in Little Exuma using her inventory or even accounts receivable. This legislation improves their chances to access the financing they need. Over time, I fully expect that this bill will favorably move the needle in this space. At the moment, there is the floating debenture or the floating charge system that has to be stamped and lodged with the registrar. It's very cumbersome, time-consuming, inefficient, and difficult to enforce. For example, vehicles are regularly sold without the permission of the lender. And whilst the lender can still repossess the car, the buyer is duped and left holding the bag. This will help to resolve issues like that with bad actors. This initiative dovetails seamlessly with the broader ecosystem that we are cultivating to support SMEs, as Cat Island, Rumpies, and Salvador rightly pointed out. We're not just focused on startups, though. Established businesses with steady operations but limited cash flows also stand to benefit. They can leverage their tangible and intangible assets to access loans that will enable them to scale their operations, to grow their operations, to hire more workers, and contribute to our national prosperity. They can empower themselves. They can create wealth, just like we promised we would encourage and support in our blueprint for change. The reforms we are introducing will also enhance the predictability and transparency of the lending process, which is crucial in ensuring confidence amongst borrowers and lenders. Importantly, a centralized electronic register which contains all records of security interests in movable properties will be accessible online in real time. This is critical to help to avoid the problem I noted earlier. Mr. Deputy, by providing a clear and efficient mechanism for registering security interests in movable property, we reduce uncertainty and promote economic activity. This is a win-win for everyone. Lenders can better assess risk, and borrowers can better understand their obligations. This legislation is part of a larger framework of efforts by the Progressive Liberal Party administration to create a transformative effect and impact on the lives of Bahamians. We're addressing challenges from every angle. We're innovating and legislating to bring about major shifts that will benefit generations to come. We're not yet where we want to be in terms of ease of doing business, and we sadly acknowledge that there's still a lot of ground to cover on this vexing issue. We plan to continue to confront these issues over the next 2 years. We're up to the challenge to continue to work hand in hand with the business community and entrepreneurs to drive growth, to empower Bahamians, and to create robust opportunities for Bahamians. So whether it's the introduction of progressive reforms, energy reforms, or the building of new roads, or new schools, or hospitals, or initiatives aimed at reducing the cost of living, we're working tirelessly to tackle issues across all fronts. We are working tirelessly to get more Bahamians invested in all sectors of the economy, including tourism. And while some may question the pace or scope of the reforms we are making, I want us not to lose sight and not forget to celebrate the achievements that we have in fact made. By the end of this first term of our administration, I am confident that we will see a Bahamas transformed for the better, a country more equitable, more resilient, more prosperous, with a more robust economy. It is also worth emphasizing that this legislation is not just for small businesses, but for medium-sized businesses as well, and large businesses, and for the entire economy. In fact, I foreshadow that there may be some new business ideas and opportunities as a result of securitizing of accounts receivable, for example. In some countries, there are robust businesses surrounding accounts receivable factoring, where you can buy accounts receivable, you can collateralize now, and you can create liquidity for your business, the business involved in factoring, but also the business on the other end who is selling those receivables. And therefore, this is progressive. When our SMEs flourish, our economy flourishes. When businesses can access credit, they create jobs, and they create wealth for Bahamians. When they succeed, they pay taxes. They contribute to national development. And overall, there is what I call the rising tide effect. We all succeed. It's a cycle of prosperity that benefits us all. And this is why this administration is proudly pro-business. And to our colleagues on the other side of the chamber, I urge you to support the real-world impact of this legislation, and do so with your vote and your voice. Do so wholeheartedly. This is not abstract policy. This is about real people, real businesses, and real opportunities. It is about the vendor at Potter's Key, the farmer in North Andros, and the tow operator in Exuma. This bill empowers them to participate more fully in our economy. Mr. Deputy, as we debate this bill, we must continue to remember the broader vision for the Bahamas. This bill, like many we've brought before, is a declaration of our belief in the potential of every Bahamian. It says that we are willing to innovate, we are willing to adapt and take bold steps to build an inclusive economy that leaves no one behind. Mr. Deputy, I've been actively engaged in banking financial services for what seems like a lifetime. And banks have routinely been conservative creatures with a primary mandate of protecting depositors. I'm still not overly optimistic yet, Mr. Deputy, that this posture will change, although we know it must. And as policyholders, we encourage it to transform. And in short, we say to banks and financial institutions that as we innovate, they too must innovate. I call on them to push the envelope, perhaps open venture capital firms in the Bahamas, as their parents do in New York and Toronto and elsewhere around the world. These arms can have a more robust risk appetite, and the government can look to support these moves and encourage them even further. I call on them, if only, to allocate some of their profits to start these arms of business from those profits. And I believe with them working hand in hand with us, we will continue to move the needle to empower even more Bahamians. What I'm saying is that innovation is needed in this space, and local banks must push their parent companies along with the support of the government to see more innovation in this arena. And though we celebrate the work done thus far, we recognize that there is still more to do. We must continue to support these legislative changes and their robust implementation. We must encourage and support public awareness campaigns and the necessary institutional reforms to ensure their success. We can pass the legislation, but we call on the Clearing Banks Association, we call on my colleagues at the Chamber of Commerce and other such organizations to drive stakeholder public education on the reforms that we are making in this place. And to our business community and entrepreneurs, we hear you, and we are taking action to make it easier for you to thrive. And to the people of the Bahamas, I want you to know that this government remains committed to building a brighter future for you and many more who will come after you. Mr. Deputy, suffice to say, as I've said before, I support this bill, I support the compendium, and I look forward to continuing to work with the government, the business community, Clearing Banks Association, to continue to drive innovation for the benefit and the empowerment of Bahamians. May God bless the people of Exomas and Ragged Island, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
This compendium.
Thank you, honourable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to modernize the law governing transactions in movable property security interests. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama. Member.
Good morning, honorable member. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. To stand in this place and to speak on behalf of the good and the special people in the East Grand Bahama constituency. Let me say it first off, Madam Speaker, that those of us on this side, we support the compendium of bills. The main bill, which originated from the central bank, from concerns within the Bahamas regarding limited access to finance, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises. As I recall, the central bank during the last F&M administration started working on these bills. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that the F&M was and is good for the private sector in the Bahamas. In the fiscal year 2021, over $44 million was granted in tax credits to businesses, and $53 million in loans and grants by the Small Business Development Center for small businesses, a feat that I don't believe has been matched. The F&M was focused on improving the ease of doing business, focused on improving digitization, focused on improving the wait time for new businesses, and focused on renewal business licenses. But, Madam Speaker, our country, on many fronts, really is facing a crisis on a number of fronts. One of those fronts, which we are talking about today, is small business funding and the ease of doing business. But we have situations like U.S. indictments of senior police officers, unwanted reminders of the 1970s and 80s. We have senior police officers who were responsible for criminal investigations, who are accused themselves of serious offenses. We have a U.S. court questioning payments for entities linked to top advisors of the then Bahamas government. And then we have a situation where members of the opposition were dragged out of the House of Assembly. Making matters worse, last week, shutting down the debate in Parliament. Madam Speaker, it is a dangerous path when you seek to shut down the voice of the opposition. Some anonymous quotes: "The freedom of dissent is the foundation of democracy."
Yes.
Another quote: "A government that silences dissent is a government that fears its people." The first step to authoritarianism is silencing those who disagree. Mahatma Gandhi said, "Opposition is not a threat. It is necessary for progress." What is most troubling about these controversies is the government's persistent failure to provide real answers and solutions. This administration, I believe, has mastered the art of evasion.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Caroline from Kingston, Salvador.
It is disingenuous to suggest that we are seeking to quiet voices in opposition. In this place, there are rules. And the one thing he's not said is that what occurred in these precincts was against the rules. There are rules. We apply by the rules. When you talk about quieting the opposition, the voice of deafness, we don't look. Anyone who would have just recall that dark period from 2017 to 2021. Just think about that. I mean, if we would play the meetings, many sessions, we were unable to speak and did not speak. But that I did not carry on like this. I held, accusing you all of quieting. I held, unless when I saw the speaker was breaching the rules, I point out he breached the rules. But what I did, Madam Speaker, but I couldn't say it here. I advised East Grand Bahama last week. I'd come back to speak myself, right? I said, but the issue is, everybody believes that you have to say it here. Every week, from between 2012 to 2021, almost every week, I held a press conference. You have the opportunity to say what you want to say. Outside, you don't have to be here. And so here you have to abide by the rules. You speak when you speak in a court. You're engaged with the rules. So it is destined. In here, if you don't comply with the rules, then you are shut down. And then when you get shut down, you go outside and speak. That is where, now when you see me stopping you from speaking outside, then I can hear you suggesting that.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, this pattern of neglect not only undermines our institutions, but it also insults the intelligence of every Bahamian who expects accountability from their leaders. Madam Speaker, while the bills can potentially increase what can be used for collateral, I actually agree with portions of what the member for Exuma was saying. That while this can potentially increase what can be used for collateral, there is much more, particularly on the actions of the bank, that is required to be done. And I believe the bills miss an opportunity to achieve those things. The government may boast about facilitating easier access to loans and businesses. However, do these bills themselves have the necessary incentives for banks to meaningfully increase lending, especially to the small business sectors? In the same light, the government has done little to protect Bahamians from businesses. And in this regard, I agree to what the member for Fox Hill has said on other occasions. We continue to witness banks in our country pile on more fees and charges on Bahamian customers, while at the same time providing less and less customer service. The member for Marco City has already articulated a plan on banking reform. Madam Speaker, almost 2/3 of Bahamian businesses say the fees charged by commercial banks need major improvements, according to a recent survey by our very own Central Bank of the Bahamas. The Bahamas should have a financial ombudsman that has a range of enforcement powers and tools to allow it to investigate powers of cease and desist orders, reprimands such as confidential cautions, or to be able to put reprimand letters and fines in banking and in insurance disputes. So we do have a financial ombudsman, but the financial ombudsman doesn't have the powers that is required to make a meaningful impact. We must give the existing financial ombudsman more power, more teeth, and more independence. Madam Speaker, while the expanded range of movable assets as collateral might be beneficial, it does not address the banks having overly cautious lending practices. The bill focuses on what can be used as collateral, but it doesn't address the likelihood of banks actually accepting certain assets as sufficient security, especially when lending to small businesses. Madam Speaker, the reality is banks are more likely to lend to businesses with a proven track record, strong financials, and substantial collateral that can easily be liquidated in case of default. This makes it difficult for small businesses, particularly startups or those in less established industries, to obtain loans. That's the problem. While the bill expands the type of movable property that can be used as collateral, I don't believe it does anything to change the risk calculations that banks use when evaluating loan applications. We still face the problem that banks may still be hesitant to accept certain assets, such as specialized equipment and intellectual property. For example, accurately assessing the market value of some of movable assets can be challenging, making banks uncertain about their potential recovery in case of default. There also may be a limited resale market. Some movable assets may have a limited or specialized resale market, making it difficult for banks to quickly liquidate in case of default. Depreciation. The value of certain movable assets, such as vehicles, technology, or technical equipment, can depreciate so rapidly that it reduces the value as on collateral over time. So, Madam Speaker, we need bold initiatives that encourage banks to partner with businesses, not just prioritize their own security. What these bills do is they allow the banks to access more things for security. But we need incentives that will actually incentivize banks to loan more to businesses. Because even if we increase what can be used as collateral, who is to say that banks will still use that same criteria when it comes to accessing the collateral and loaning the funds? So we need to focus on incentivizing banks to actually loan additional monies. We need, Madam Speaker, more industry-targeted government-backed loan programs that are specifically targeted for small business development. We need things like interest rate subsidies or tax breaks for banks that actively lend to specific industries and specific locations. Why couldn't we tie into the amount of monies that are being loaned out to small businesses can be tied to a tax break that the bank actually gets? We need more tax breaks on equipment and inventory. So, for example, for the actual small businesses themselves, when we were in office, we made sure that when it comes to you purchasing equipment, you were able to purchase equipment for your business duty-free. Well, we should actually extend that. Why could we not provide tax break for small businesses to where that would extend to inventory, that would extend to not just customs duty, but also extend to VAT on equipment, VAT also on inventory, also tax breaks when it comes to business licenses, when it comes to specific startups that we want to focus and we want to build in a specific industry. The bill focuses, Madam Speaker, heavily on enhancing security for lenders. However, without addressing the core issues of incentivizing banks to take calculated risk and support emerging businesses, the impact on actual lending practices will still be limited. The bills also should encourage the growth of, and I agree with the member for Exuma, I believe he was talking to the same people that we were talking to. The bills should also encourage the growth of venture capital in the Bahamas. A policy initiative could be added to these bills that speaks to encouraging venture capital. This initiative would incentivize the creation of venture capital arms by allowing financial institutions to designate a percentage of their profits. I think it sounds a little familiar. To incentivize, to allow financial institutions to designate a percentage of their profits into, I was there too, into a separate risk vehicle for venture capital investments. But again, it is a point where you are encouraging, incentivizing businesses to allocate a bank, to allocate a portion of their profits that will go towards venture capital functions. And that is where I believe we need to be moving towards. Madam Speaker, the Small Business Development Center. I believe the SBDC has been one of the most impactful institutions that was created by the F&M government. But I believe it is starved for resources. Madam Speaker, there is a glaring absence.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want for East Grand Bahama to rewrite history. The Small Business Development Center was conceived under the leadership of the Honorable Michael Alkides in partnership with the University of Bahamas, the Entrepreneurship Center. The previous administration did support the SBDC and did
the SBDC
work to provide funding for the SBDC. It is fiction. It is fiction. It is absolute fiction, Madam Speaker, for the member to suggest that the F&M created the SPDC. There was no time in history where the Honorable Michael Alkides was a member of the F&M.
Thank you, honourable member.
And I stand by that, because I was there. I was there. Madam Speaker, I was there, so I stand by that. I was there. I was there when it was created. So as I said, Madam Speaker, the Small Business Development Center has been one of the most impactful institutions that was created by the F&M government.
Right? Who I know what?
Madam Speaker, there is a glaring absence of any mention of the Small Business Development Center in any of these bills.
Be careful now.
This institution, which is tasked with providing crucial guidance and support for entrepreneurs, small businesses, and which I believe has been underfunded and underutilized by this government. The Small Business Development Center should be a cornerstone of any government strategy to promote entrepreneurship and economic diversification. These bills should have been accompanied by increased funding commitment for the SPDC
to expand its capacity and its services. These bills should have been accompanied by provisions for closer collaboration between the SPDC and the new collateral registry to ensure that small businesses are properly guided through the complexities of secured transactions. Madam Speaker, this whole concept is new to the Bahamas. The Small Business Development Center is the institution that guides and assists small businesses, not just in terms of funding, but they also provide better, how you do your business better, how you can operate your business better. They help small businesses. They should have been integrated in these pieces of legislation. Failing to strengthen the SPDC alongside the introduction of a new legal framework for secure transactions, it demonstrates a disconnect between the PLP rhetoric and its actions. Madam Speaker, these bills also fail to address the urgent need for a comprehensive policy framework to incentivize businesses in specific industries crucial for economic diversification. Everyone talks about diversification, that we should not just rely on tourism and banking. But you have not put enough action to match the words that you have been speaking. The Bahamas cannot afford to remain overly reliant on banking and tourism. We must actively foster growth in areas like agriculture, fisheries, technology, innovation, manufacturing, light industry. By failing to introduce policies that encourage investment in these and other key industries, the government demonstrates what I believe is a lack of vision and commitment to building a more resilient and diversified Bahamian economy. Madam Speaker, we also need to focus more on things like making more Crown land available, particularly in Grand Bahama and the Family Islands, to use for business ventures. It is a tool that actually could be used in your whole arsenal to help small businesses. I know for us in East Grand Bahama, we could use as in many Family Islands, we could use a program that will allow for small businesses who are guided by the Small Business Development Center, registered with the Small Business Development Center, to access Crown land and then to also access funding through that Crown land program. They also, Madam Speaker, to use in business ventures, again, particularly in the constituency of East Grand Bahama.
New ideas every day.
We could use in East Grand Bahama things like supermarkets, hardware stores, Airbnbs, pharmacies. All of these things are what we could use and what could be helped by providing Crown land for business owners and would incentivize banks to loan funds to small businesses. Madam Speaker, in addition to providing Crown land for small businesses, we also need to implement and to fund, properly implement and properly fund the Ombudsman, and properly implement and to fund and bring into force the Freedom of Information Act. When it comes also, Madam Speaker, to fiscal matters, we have seen where in the IMF report, we've seen where the IMF report speaks to the Fiscal Responsibility Council. But I know I have not seen the government make any new announcement about the reconstitution of this Fiscal Responsibility Council. So the IMF report implies that they were told that the Fiscal Responsibility Council has been reconstituted. My question is, if it has been reconstituted, why haven't you told the public about it? So we need to understand what is the status of the Fiscal Responsibility Council. Because again, the Fiscal Responsibility Council is important when it comes to all government spending. So if the government is going to spend for small businesses, the Fiscal Responsibility Council, again, it is important that that actually be reconstituted. And not just reconstituted, but tell the public about it. Who are the members? So that we can make sure that they have complied with the law when it comes to it being reconstituted. So we need to understand, Madam Speaker, what is the status of the Fiscal Responsibility Council. Because as I said, the IMF implies that they were told that this Fiscal Responsibility Council has been reconstituted. So we need to understand, has it actually been reconstituted? And if it has been, who are the members? When was it reconstituted? Have they been given their mandate? When are they going to provide their reports? These are important questions as we move forward. Anytime we spend any government money, the Fiscal Responsibility Council will be relevant because they are the ones who also look at government spending, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, we recognize the potential benefits and accept the potential benefits and support these bills. We recognize the potential benefits of modernizing the laws governing secured transactions. But they represent only a piece of what needs to occur. It is a piecemeal approach that fails to address the fundamental challenges hindering economic growth and diversification in the Bahamas. So we believe that the government must develop a holistic approach. And this holistic approach must incentivize lending, strengthen and support institutions like the Small Business Development Center created by the FNM government.
Speak truth.
And
Speak truth to power. Come on.
promotes targeted investments in industries crucial for our economic. The Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, deserve a government like the FNM.
Absolutely.
That will